Hey everybody, welcome to GameBreaking News with me, Jeff Grubb, your host from GiantBomb.com. Thank you for tuning in. On this episode, we're going to be talking about that Switch 1 Direct, which has Nintendo games coming to the Switch in 2026 and PlayStation games coming to it in 2025. We have Reese Elliott on the show today, so it's going to be a good one. Let's get right into it by saying hi to Reese himself. Reese Elliott, how's it going?
I'm doing well, Jeff. I'm doing well. I moved house since I was last on the show.
And you were like just here not that long ago. So, but okay, that's quick.
It's been a quick, stressful, but fun time. So I'm pretty tired because of that. And also maybe because I may or may not have been playing a bit of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 until like 2 a.m. last night. So I'm exhausted, but no regrets. You know, we have to deal with the consequences of our actions.
We charge ahead.
I'm doing well. We do. We charge ahead. But no, doing well, like doing some fun research at media. But I also got a new job. I'm doing the classic like Lucy and Tam thing, having multiple jobs, which is also part of the tiredness. So I also started working. Oh, go on, man.
No, it's just good. What is the? Can you say what the new job is?
Yeah, I can. So as well as media, I'm also working for an analytics company called Linear, who like really kind of impressed me with their like copies sold data, especially for Steam and PlayStation. So if you want me to like grab any copies sold data for Steam or PlayStation on the show, let me know and I'll look it up. But yeah, exciting times. Busy, stressed, but happy, you know. And how are you doing, Jeff?
I'm doing good. Doing happy to have you back on the show. I remember I saw you out there like maybe a week ago. Where you gave a pretty nuanced look at what was happening with Assassin's Creed. So, of course, everyone just took the parts that they needed to fight online. And I was like, oh, I recognize that. Is that something that you're used to yet?
Yeah, I mean, people will just pick and choose what they want to kind of, you know, fulfill their own narrative. Like, I hate Elephant in the Room. It's Grums. He was kind of using some of my data to push his like ridiculous anti-DEI like narrative. I was really upset by it because he just picked and chose a few kind of like data points without any context just to push that agenda. So, yeah, it's the nature of the game, right? It sucks, but you know.
Yep, it's like, you know, and it happens kind of across the board too, because you know, people write the headlines based on things that analysts say, and they took some stuff you said, and it's like, you know, we boil it down to make it punchy and have a good headline and eye catchy, and that can kind of lose some of the nuance as well. So, got to be a little frustrating, but I'm glad we can get you on here and actually just talk about it. You know, Assassin's Creed Shadows doing pretty okay, right? That was like your takeaway. It's like this is doing pretty well.
Yeah, exactly. It's doing okay. I mean, like my headline was, it's not the silver bullet that Ubisoft needs, but it's still.
And no one was really thinking it could be, but yeah, of course it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think it tracked like over 1 million copies sold over the weekend. Like that is like, they're amazing numbers for kind of any game, but just the expectations were so high. And of course, there's the whole like anti-DEI crowd that are kind of like jumping on anything they can like grasp onto to kind of like keep pushing their ridiculous narrative. But no, it's an amazing game that's selling pretty well. The word of mouth is great. I think it'll snowball into like a big, you know, success over time. I'm sure there's a Switch 2 launch coming eventually. So, I mean, it's just too early to really tell. But yeah, so far it's like pretty lukewarm, but lukewarm does not mean cold, you know, like it's, the potential's there.
Yep, it's I'm enjoying the game as well. I haven't had much time for it recently, playing some new stuff, but enjoyed what I have played of it. All right, you know what? Let's explain what we do here. Most weekdays, I, Jeff Grubb, will help piece your gaming life back together. That includes breaking news and maybe even some of our own original reporting. For all these topics, I'll get the input of a bona fide expert who will make me look smart. If you are watching live on Twitch, welcome. You can always listen to the show later on podcast feeds by searching for Game Breaking News or find the RSS on GiantBomb.com. You can also catch the show later with chapters and timestamps on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. All right, we have a lot to get into, so let's break some gaming news, starting with that Nintendo Direct. This is the roundup of news from, I think I got this from Nintendo Everything, or yeah, I think that's right, but might be wrong. Anyway, here's the big headlines. We'll kind of go in order of, you know, the biggest games, some other stuff. We'll talk about the last thing they announced at the end, though. Pokemon Legends ZA, they gave us a little bit more information about that. No release date still. They did say late 2025, which is what I think they said in the Pokemon showcase last month, which was almost exactly a month ago. But they showed off more gameplay. It looked pretty solid, looks pretty smooth, and it's Pokemon, right? It's going to have its audience, and a lot of people are going to show up for this one. And it's also the Pokemon company. They like releasing Pokemon games late on a system, even after a new one comes out, a new system is out. So this game's probably going to do just fine. The audience for Pokemon is not super sensitive to upgrading hardware, I would assume, right? Right, Reese?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Pokemon will be a system seller for the Switch 2 eventually, but
True.
also, yeah, people are going to play it on the old systems. And yeah, the original Switch has sold, 150 million units. I think there's still like 90 million plus active, like yearly users of it. So it's a huge base. Like, Pokemon Legends did really well too. It kind of broke that, Arceus, that is. It kind of really broke the mold, right, by like ditching the series kind of more rigid structure for something a bit different. Like I really loved it personally, like, the kind of more sprawling semi-open zones where like the Pokemon were roaming freely, sneaking through the tall grass, like Pokeballs thrown in real time, which was something that like we always wanted, right? So if they can just build on that, like, they've added the day-night kind of cycle thing which I loved from Pokemon Gold and Silver as a kid. Yeah, they're just onto something great with that series, and I think it's just going to keep expanding kind of separately to the core series, right? Which obviously will probably come next year with the is it the 25th or 30th anniversary? I forget.
30th, I think. Yeah, it'll be the 30th anniversary. Yeah. So
I don't like that, Jeff.
yeah, and it's it would be the 10th generation and the 30th anniversary. It's a long, long time. Yeah, I was just like doing some math of because I'm playing Overblood for Blight Club, which is a really bad PlayStation 1 game. And the someone pointed out on some thread or maybe in the YouTube comments that when Game Informer originally played it, because that's where Dan discovered it, he gave it to me here as well. When they originally played it there, it was less time between when the game came out on PlayStation to that point, as opposed to from when they played it on Game Informer to now. So it's like, oh my God, it's just like time. Somehow time is growing exponentially. It is deeply upsetting. Either way, Pokemon, of course, going to be a big deal, going to be a system seller. And this game will honestly probably also sell Switch 1 still. The Switch Lights will probably sell pretty okay because of this game. I'm with you. I like Legends. I like it a lot. And I think this one's looking pretty good. I want to play it and know for sure. I actually did like the kind of big open zones and I mean open as in like didn't have a lot of stuff going on inside them. It was just the wilderness. And here bringing stuff into the city, I don't know, the blandness of the art style that they are using for Legends because their technology isn't great is maybe not working as well for me in the city setting. But hey, if it's a fun game to play and I love the Pokemon looks and designs, I'll probably be pretty happy with this game. Speaking of another game that we've known about, this one we've known about for a very long time, and it has it still does not have a date. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. They did show us more gameplay than we've ever seen before. It looks fantastic. As far as we could tell, pretty rock solid 60 frames per second with that great Retro Studios art. They ended the trailer with a hot rod red Ferrari Metroid or Samus suit. Oh my God, I called it. Well, she's a Metroid now. That's actually true. Either way, though, it looked really good, but they still just said 2025. We were kind of split. There's four of us watching this, talking over it here on Giant Bomb, Reese. And some of us thought, okay, they're not going to say the date now because they're showing this off as a Switch 1 game, and then they will save the date as something to put into the Switch 2 Direct, which is still happening next Wednesday, 6 days from now. And then Sean was like, I don't know. I feel like if they're just holding off because it's actually coming out later this year. I don't really know. What do you think, or what are your hopes?
I mean, I'm inclined to agree with what you guys are saying on the stream, but I don't know. There's also this kind of weird thing of that news app that they've got, right? Where they're kind of like dripping the news out. I think
we'll talk about that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like on a daily basis. And obviously the people who love Metroid is like a niche series, right? Despite Nintendo kind of marketing it quite heavily. So the people who have their Switch accounts are kind of looking at the Nintendo Daily thing every day. They would be the audience to kind of feed Metroid to. So maybe Metroid will appear in that. I'm not sure.
Yep. I think, if you have this game coming out around the same time as the Switch 2 is available, and you're trying to maximize the amount of time maximize the return you're going to get after spending 7 years making this game and rebooting development at least once, as far as we're aware. You're probably going to want to associate it with the new thing that's going to sell, as well as the system that has a ton of users already, just to get the most out of it. And in that case, I think we get in that direct, and we get the exact date, especially if it's launching on the Switch 2 launch date. Mike in chat is now saying this is a good point. Maybe the release date for this game is the Switch 2 launch date, and they just don't want to give the game away. If they give us a date for this game in May or June, I think immediately everyone would go, well, that's probably when the Switch 2 is coming out. And then, so they're trying to save that. And they could we all know there's a direct next week, so they can just save it, and we'll get that information then. But as far as the game looks, it is, I'm a huge Metroid Prime fan. I like Metroid Prime 2 a lot. My plan is I'm going to play 3, whether they release it or not, themselves or not, I'm going to play it myself. I've never actually played Metroid Prime 3 because I had kind of fallen off the Wii by the time that was happening. So I'll play that, and then I cannot wait for this game. It looks really fantastic.
Same.
Go ahead.
But look, just quickly to say, I agree with Mike that it's going to be kind of like a Breath of the Wild situation, right? Like Nintendo was holding off on that, like between the Wii U and the Switch. So I think it's going to be a similar kind of thing. But also, I just wanted to quickly mention, I love Metroid Prime. It's like one of my favorite series of all time. And I really like the look of those like psychic abilities. Like I think they have a lot of gameplay potential there. I think there's going to be like the Doom 2016 of it all, and the kind of puzzle solving implications there are crazy as well, because the like kinetic powers in Breath of the Wild were a complete game changer.
You're right. Yeah.
So if Retro can kind of do that with Prime, then it's just going to be insane. Like I can't wait for this game, Jeff.
Yep. My Discord just broke on me. I don't know if you could still see me, Jam. Probably. I'm going to assume probably not. Can you hear me still?
Yep.
Okay, good. All right. Well, we'll continue on with the show one way or the other. Discord's being kind of funky today. I guess that was the new thing in the trailer itself that we hadn't seen before, which is the psychic powers. And it's, physics-based psychic powers. So kind of looking a little bit like Half-Life 2, a little bit like Geist and Psyops. I think Retro is going to have a lot of fun with that. You get the sense that like when this game was rebooted, Nintendo was like, kind of went hat in hand over to Retro and said, hey, please, let's figure this out. Do you have any ideas? And Retro's like, yes, we have ideas. And they're just throwing a bunch of fun stuff in here that, first of all, it makes Samus look really cool. Her standing on the cover. I don't know if people have seen the cover art, but her standing on the cover with her hand out like she's using the Force, and the Scion purple energy like bubbling in her hand. It's very neat. So looking forward to seeing how that actually all plays out. Then there are 2 games for Switch 1 coming out in 2026. This is, a little odd, but Nintendo can be a little odd. The first one here is Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. Tomodachi Life Living the Dream is a sequel to Tomodachi Life, which is a game we did get for the 3DS. It is a life sim game, like The Sims, kind of adjacent to Animal Crossing. You design your Miis. They live their life. They work jobs. They they kind of like do things on their of their own accord a lot of times, where you set their personalities and then they go out in the world and do something, and then suddenly a vignette will break through of them hosting a news show talking about what everyone else on the island is doing. And it's it is a little bit quirky is definitely the word, but it's a very good game for like my kid who just likes to play games by telling stories to herself. It's perfect for that. And then if you also want to have, like, if you have a ton of goofy Miis of your friends and celebrities, you can also tell some pretty silly stories as well that I have enjoyed myself. So I like Tomodachi Life a lot. Seeing this get into this direct and be the one last thing really was pretty exciting for me. Any love for Tomodachi Life from you, Reese?
Not really. Like I tried it back in the day, but it didn't hit for me. But hey, I'm still open to it. But still weird that they announced it for this, right? If it's 2026, just wait another week, Nintendo. It's very strange to me.
Yeah, it's a Switch 1 game though. So I think let's do the other one real quick and then we'll talk about what they're thinking here. So the other one is Rhythm Heaven Groove, a new Rhythm Heaven game. This is from the WarioWare team. This is like one of their other franchises. They kind of go back and forth between WarioWare and Rhythm Heaven, but we hadn't had a Rhythm Heaven the entire run of the Switch, and we had a handful of WarioWare games. So it's like, oh, are they just kind of done with Rhythm Heaven? Well, the answer is no. They showed off a very good-looking Rhythm Heaven. I think the last big Rhythm Heaven we had might have been a collection on 3DS, but there was a new one on Wii, I want to say. And I don't know if we've ever had Rhythm Heaven like in HD. So that was kind of weird to see some of these Rhythm Heaven mini games rendered in HD, and there was a bunch of new ones in there as well. So it's got a really striking look. But I really adore this series as well. This was very much a direct for me and my bullshit, so I was pretty happy with it. But this one is also 2026, Reese. My guess here is, even though these games are pretty far off, they want to establish right now the Switch one will have stuff going into next year, and it's probably easier to like let people know about these games now than after the Switch 2 is out and a lot of people have forgotten about the Switch 1. I don't know how well that's going to work, right? Because if people are going to move on, they're going to move on. But I get the thinking to a certain extent. Can you make heads or tails of like this whole idea here of them announcing these games for 2026 right now?
So, I mean, this is just complete conjecture, like speculation, but maybe they just really, because this Switch 2 Nintendo Direct is probably the most important Nintendo Direct there has ever been, like full stop.
Uh-huh.
Maybe they just want to just save only the big guns for that, because the Riven Heaven and the other game, they're just deep cuts. They're just such small games, and they might detract from your Mario Kart, your 3D Marios and everything, and your Pokemon. So I don't know, but it's just so hard to tell with a Nintendo. But like I do feel like this whole Direct, like maybe they were also fulfilling like third-party agreements as well, because there just seemed to be a lot of like perfunctory announcements that didn't seem too exciting. But I don't know, it's just Nintendo. It's like I've been an analyst for like almost 7 years now, trying to kind of predict why they do what they do is just impossible, right?
Yeah, you really, yes. Nintendo's the one that will just do things their own way, and they're definitely not worried about what people think, but they're also just not worried about conventional wisdom. So, yeah, I'm sure they have their reasons, but actually being able to suss them out, a lot of times what we'll do is kind of apply our own thinking on, and then try to work backwards, okay, they must be doing it because of this. And then a lot of times we'll like hear on like something like Kit and Krista years later. It's like, no, the real reason they do something is because it's just like they're worried about this one very basic thing. And it's like, oh, okay, I guess we always maybe make it more complicated than it needs to be. All right, some other games worth pointing out from this Direct: Marvel Cosmic Invasion, a new Marvel superhero beat 'em up. I think it's being made by some of the people that worked on Streets of Rage 4 and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the most recent beat 'em up. Like Shredder's Revenge, I think is what it's called. It looks pretty good. It's kind of bringing together a lot of the characters that you might be thinking about because of Marvel versus Capcom or Marvel versus Capcom 2. Like they're using a lot of the same like suits that they would have, like the characters would have in that game, showing up here, kind of behaving in ways that's similar to that as well. But it's a beat 'em up of the Capcom or the Marvel characters, excuse me, just kind of going through the streets and beating up, villains from the Marvel universe. I thought it looked really cool, and it's definitely a game that I'm like, we should have had another one of these by now, especially after X-Men 97 did so well, and I really like that show. You a fan of like the old classic X-Men and arcade beat 'em ups?
Yeah. I kind of so I'm like almost 35, so I was just on the tail end of that. I just kind of caught it. So yeah, it does appeal to like our sensibilities as like, nostalgia gamers, but also like kids love Marvel properties still. Like my nephews are obsessed with Spider-Man and even
Right.
X-Men. I don't even know how they got obsessed with X-Men. But like, yeah, it kind of does bridge both worlds. And like that, I think it's going to be a sleeper hit if they market it right, if they can get it in front of kids. Like that could be like a holiday game that just every kind of kid gets. So I think it's smart. And you're right, like it's been a long time coming. Like it's wild. Like, why haven't they? I mean, you know, Turtles was a good IP. Like Shredder's Revenge, I loved that game so much. Like when it came to Game Pass, it was incredible. But yeah, these beat 'em ups, they're so, as long as they're like accessible, like so, like, you know, the couch co-op of it all, the, you know,
Yes.
parents playing with their kids of it all, like it really does have potential to like really blow up. Because like I did some research with Media a couple of months ago, and so many people love couch co-op games, but there are just so few of them. And I think the sales of like Split Fiction show that there's such a big demand for it, but there's no supply. So something like this could do really well, but they just need to market it right, get it in front of the right crowds. But I'm excited. I want to play through this with my nephews.
We asked that question, like, have you played a couch co-op, like a local co-op game in the last year on one of these episodes a few weeks back? And it was like most people had like way more than the majority. It was something like 60 to 70% or something like that. I was pretty surprised to learn that people are doing this, even though there's a dearth of supply, like you said. This game, they said right here in the write-up, has support for both local and online co-op. So that is good news, and that's what you would expect from a game like this. All right, then there's 2 games from a different company, Patapon 1+2 Replay, a PlayStation game, but it is being published by Bandai Namco. This is the Patapon 1+2 Replay collection, and then Everybody's Golf Hot Shots, which is a new Everybody's Golf game from Clap Hands, who did Clap Hands Golf. There's some people there that worked on Hot Shots. You know, there's a lineage going back to Mario Golf and all this stuff. I don't exactly know what that family tree looks like personally, but Everybody's Golf was a Sony Interactive Entertainment published franchise. This is another one that is also coming to Switch now. Both of these are also coming to Steam. And I don't know, maybe they're coming to Xbox. I haven't seen that myself, though. That may be a bridge too far, but Switch and Steam for sure. Let me ask you, Reese, when you see something like this, what do you think's happening? Like, why is Bandai Namco publishing these PlayStation games for Sony on Sony's behalf? Do you have like insight into that at all?
No, I don't really have any insight on it, but I do know that compared to Xbox, obviously, PlayStation is a little bit more guarded, even with publishing gun shy. So if it does come to Xbox and Bandai Namco is the publisher there, that could be kind of the giveaway, right? Like PlayStation, despite, it brought like Lego Horizon to Switch and was kind of the publisher there. It doesn't really, I think it was published there, I could be wrong, but it does not, like PlayStation, Sony does not want kind of PlayStation games to be on Xbox. So it could be something to do with that. I don't know. That's just speculation.
Yeah, we this is something we did discuss on the talk over for a little bit. And, we had 2 schools of thought. It's like, on the one hand, maybe Sony doesn't want to be seen to be like putting these games out themselves on Switch and other systems, and they're worried about backlash or something like that. And then it's the other thing is this is probably just more affordable, or maybe it just saves them time. Like I don't like what are their resources like for something like this? Is this something they really want distracting them? I don't know. So we thought about both. I do think there's something to it about being a little bit. Kind of dip your toe in before you actually jump into the pool. And so, some of these things start happening. And if you kind of turn up the heat, I'm using a lot of analogies now, but if you turn up the heat slowly on the lobster, right, it doesn't notice. And so maybe they're thinking they can get away with that here. And the PlayStation fans who are worried about, hey, are we going to start losing some of these other bigger exclusives? Why they would worry about that, I don't know. But maybe they won't notice if it happens slowly like this. Maybe the simplest solution is something else, but that's definitely something I was considering. Either way,
it's
though,
a good theory.
Yeah, we don't really know, but I think either way, it is interesting to see Patapon on Switch. Do you think that this is something that we see more of, or is it just like a one-off? Because for me, this does feel like a breaking of the dam a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I think we will probably just see more PlayStation games on Switch, not Xbox. Obviously, they're directly competing, but I can imagine we'll see like Horizon games on Switch, Horizon Zero Dawn. They already kind of experimented with the Lego one. Like Astrobot would be a great game for the Switch. Obviously, you don't have the haptics and everything, but like
you have HD Rumble though.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, we don't really know what the Switch 2 has there, but I
Mm-hmm.
mean, according to Linear Analytics, like Astrobot, despite being like it was my game of the year last year, I loved it, but it's only sold like 2.3 million copies. But if it came to Switch, I think it would sell far more than that. I think they could like times three that pretty easily because
Mm-hmm.
so there's 3D platformers in the Switch like it's very like Switch players. Like there's a lot of kids there. Mario Odyssey sold so many copies. It's
Yeah.
just it would be a match made in heaven. Even the Lego games, right? They sell like tens of millions of copies on the Switch. It's like it really. I think PlayStation needs to put that thing on Switch to really kind of get ahead of that. But again, there's so many PlayStation properties in Astrobot. There's so much licensing. There's so much.
It would be weird,
so
but
many hoops to jump through. It'd be weird, but it would definitely be lucrative for them.
right. And I think that's the sense I'm getting here is what is more important to Sony, avoiding something that's weird or making money. I mean, we hear the way Hiroki Totoki speaks. He wants to be making money. Like he's like, we got to be like everything we do needs to make more money, like needs to make more profit than it did before. And everything needs to just be more profitable in any way we can do that. And I think that eventually does lead to something like Astrobot on Switch. Because you're right. They know what the audience demographics look like. They know the reality is that a game like that can perform much better on Switch. And it's done its thing on PlayStation. It's had, it's definitely grown in audience there. And it's attracted people that normally maybe would not have played games like that because it is just that good. But the game deserves even more, and they can make a lot more money from it by putting it out somewhere else, namely the Switch. All right. Other things maybe worth pointing out. There was a Disney Villains Cursed Cafe game that's out today. You make coffee, I guess, and tea with a bunch of villains from the Disney universe. There is Monument Valley 1, 2, and 3 are all coming to the Switch. Tamagotchi Plaza is how they said it. There is a new Tamagotchi game where like it kind of looked a lot like Animal Crossing, but with Tamagotchis. So that's interesting. Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D remakes were here. They looked very good. But Nintendo themselves had other announcements. The main one that I was personally most interested in was the virtual game card. This is, I'll just read this. I do think this is a write-up that comes from Nintendo. Introducing the virtual game card, a new feature for easily managing purchased digital games, playing games on 2 different systems, and even lending or borrowing games. Similar in concept to moving physical game cards between systems, virtual game cards make it possible to eject and that's in quotes, a purchased digital title from one Nintendo Switch system and load it onto another, whether it belongs to whether it belongs to a member of the same Nintendo Family Group account or a second system tied to your account. This optional feature allows you to view virtual game cards or eject them from your system. The digital game can also be linked to a Nintendo Family Group member's system via local wireless connection. Games that you lend can then be played on a Nintendo account Family Group member systems for 2 weeks, after which the game will be automatically returned to you. This feature will be available on Nintendo Switch starting late April via a new hardware system update. Additionally, virtual game cards will also work with Nintendo Switch 2 systems at launch. I've been wanting a family solution for a long time. I think the way that Steam Deck works is wonderful. It is just, hey, if you have a collection of games, add people to your family. I think you can have up to 5. And as long as they, are just, as long as you don't like take people in and out frequently, they could just have access to your whole library and they could play anything in your library at the same time you're playing something else. If you're trying to play the same game, that does occasionally cause some problems, although it's not always a problem. That's the most elegant solution, the one that I'm the biggest fan of. I am okay with what this sounds like for me, because I am, there's 3 people playing games pretty regularly on the Switch in my household, and that's been a hassle. When it's just 2 people, you can do the thing where, and a lot of people I think do this, where one person has the Switch main account where you buy the games. They put that account on the other Switch that they're not using, and then they use their account on the secondary Switch because they can access all their games on a secondary or on their main account through a secondary Switch without having to do a bunch of checks, or you could just do a quick check online. And then that way the other person can use their separate account on the primary Switch. It's confusing, but it works. This sounds like a more like streamlined and integrated version of that for the most part. And then on top of that, you can lend games by just anyone in your family group, which I think is up to 8 people. So, and that only lasts for 2 weeks, but I'm sure you can re-up it after that point. I think this is pretty cool, and it's great to see this come from Nintendo. It does remind me a little bit of the old Xbox One. Hey, lend your digital games to someone. The whole solution that Microsoft had before they had to go back on all that when people freaked out. Do you think that we're in a different place now? Is this just a more elegant solution overall? How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I mostly agree. I think, I don't know, maybe I'm just speaking for you, but I think you're in kind of more of a unique position that you get like codes for the Switch, right?
Yes,
And like,
yeah, and I like digital,
yeah.
but that is what got me over to digital in the first place is
Mhm.
Nintendo started sending out all the review codes for the 3DS as codes, and I'm like, I like this. This is better for me. So yes, I'm a digital boy.
Yeah, exactly. But I think a lot of people still, especially for Nintendo, it's like over half still will buy
Yes.
physical copies. So, when people gift their kids games, they open them kind of more physical. So I think number one that it's a smart thing to do, and it does echo a lot of what the Xbox One did over 10 years ago, like has just come to be, right? Like always online, like digital only, like it's all kind of come to be. They were just a little bit too early and they weren't nudging gamers, they were forcing gamers. But like on the topic of nudging gamers, I think like what Nintendo is trying to do with this is kind of nudge its players a little bit away from physical, more towards digital, because there's so much physical buy-in still on Nintendo. And like across the whole console market, it's all kind of moving more towards digital, which is driven by like your multi-game subscriptions, like Game Pass, free-to-plays rise because they're all downloaded, and also like platform holders pushing consumers to digital through perks like cosmetics, preloading games so you can play them like on launch at midnight without having to go to a shop or whatever. But of course, like the elephant in the room is like the value proposition of physical games is like those pre-owned and rental markets, which give players a lot of choice. But platform holders and publishers, they don't like those markets because they don't get revenues from that. Like, a game could be sold on the reseller market 100 times or rented 100 times. But the publisher, the platform holder will only capture revenues from that first sale. But like a more digital only market means that your publishers, platform holders have more control over the prices. They can kind of maximize their copies sold. And, of course, like, we all know, the viewers all know that like price in the physical games market is a lot more elastic versus digital. So basically, more beholden to supply and demand, which is why often like your pre-owned physical games are often a lot cheaper than sometimes they're more expensive, but more often than not, they're cheaper than the digital versions that you'll find on the PlayStation and Xbox and even the Nintendo store. Nintendo's a bit different, like, because they never really reduce their prices, but still beholden to supply and demand, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think all of those like pressures, like you touched on all the things that are happening here. That Nintendo still has a lot of people buying games physically, and one of the things that's holding people back is this idea of I like to be able to lend games to other people in my family or whatever. So this answers that. They also do see the trends, even though they are less affected by the trend than everyone else. They see the way it's trending, and it is going more digital. So being there ready to capture an audience that's a little bit more hesitant makes some sense. And then I think that they are, okay, well, we have been able to keep the prices of our games high, which has been great, and we love that, and that's going to continue to be the case. But we also see some people who are more price sensitive. So what if, because they're like, we'll just go get a used copy. Well, what if there were fewer used copies out there? Because more people are buying digital, because we did get more people to buy in because they like this system. I think they're just kind of slowly trying to lead us all to the water of things that make them a higher profit margin. So I get it. I'm glad that it looks like this because I will use this, but I don't want the used game market to go away either. I want some sort of alternative price competition to be out there, so these companies have to be reined in a little bit. And I don't think they're going to suddenly just pull the rug on us, but they're definitely trying to do. We're all the lobsters in this case. They're turning up the water on us, the heat on the water on us in this situation for sure. PlayStation and Xbox, this is maybe less of an issue for them, right? Because Switch is the kind of thing you frequently probably have households with multiple Switches in it. That's maybe less of a case for Xbox and PlayStation, but do you see the chance where they might try to mimic this?
I mean, kind of like on PlayStation, you can already do it through a workaround, right? Like
Yes,
you
the same
can,
workaround. Yeah, the account sort
yeah,
of sharing. Yeah,
yeah, but just obviously PlayStation never really talks about it, but they haven't
yeah,
done anything about it either. So like they know about it and they just kind of like put up with it. Xbox is obviously a different beast because like the Series S is the kind of main SKU and Game Pass is so popular, so everything's digital there. So they kind of also nudged people towards digital in that way. So yeah, you're right that it's kind of just less of a thing for PlayStation and Xbox, and that's kind of borne out in the numbers as well, right? They're all predominantly digital, whereas the Switch is more kind of like 50-50 there. So
Mhm.
yeah, I completely agree that they're just kind of like you said earlier, slowly boiling the frog, just like not pushing people too much, because we saw with the Xbox One, they pushed people, that did not go well. I mean, yeah, the Connect of it all and the
Oh, of course,
$100
yeah.
more expensive was obviously part of it as well, the TV stuff.
Yeah, but
But
it was
yeah,
the game sharing and the licensing stuff that really got out there to people. Because I remember like hearing conversations at GameStop of the clerk and the customer talking, be like, I heard the Xbox just won't work with used games. What are we going to do? And it's like even after that had changed, that was still the thing that had broken through to the mainstream. So we're here now. It's different, and I think also the companies, they went a whole generation. Nintendo went a whole generation not offering this solution, maybe thinking, can we get these families to buy multiple copies of these games? And maybe that happened with Mario Kart. I don't know. Mario Kart seems like that's a game that did sell, maybe 2 copies in a lot of households, but most people did not buy multiple copies of a game so that multiple kids could play them at the same time. I think what they found is even in like, 'cause, I mean, my household, we're very gaming centric, and I do want to be like when a kid wants to play a game, I'm like, you know what? Let me see what I can do to make sure you can do that. When they're like, okay, I want to play that game because she's playing at the same time, and I want to play it now, I'm like, well, I'm not buying it again. That's just not happening. And I think if I'm feeling that way, anyone who's like even a little bit less serious than I am about games, there's no way that they were doing this. There was no way they were buying multiple copies of games. So I think Nintendo recognizes that now. And it's like, instead, let's use this momentum in a slightly different direction, make digital a little bit more friendly so that people want to buy the digital copy, because then we get a slightly higher profit margin. All right. Last thing from the Direct. Nintendo today, we touched on it a little bit. It is a new app. Miyamoto came out and talked about it. And he's like, okay, yeah, I'll read this one as well. A brand new app that delivers Nintendo content to your smartphone. This device app is like a daily calendar which delivers a variety of content, including latest news, videos, and comics of your favorite Nintendo games and characters from select franchises. After the Nintendo Direct presentation about Nintendo Switch 2 on April 2nd, you'll also find information about the Switch 2 system directly on the app. Anyone with a Nintendo account and compatible smart device can use the free app. Okay. A Nintendo account. I was like, a Nintendo Switch Online account. You have to subscribe to this? No, it's just a Nintendo account. It's available to download today from the App Store and the Google Play Store starting today. Yeah, I mean, listen, for me, I'm like, why can't this stuff just show up on my Alarmo? But I get most people don't have Alarmos or want them for $100. But Nintendo's certainly very weird, Reese. What do you think the idea is behind this?
I couldn't even guess. I mean, they're doing the Nintendo Music thing. They just want to like kind of be the arbiters of their own messaging, I guess. But like, I don't know. There are so many smartphone apps already. People are using social media for this stuff. Like maybe the family audience, but like I don't know. I don't think this is gonna like penetrate users that much. It wouldn't. But it's just Nintendo things. But who knows? It could become the biggest damn thing in the world. If this is the app that they use to trickle through information about the Switch 2, then we'll all use it, right? I'll use it as an analyst. You'll use it as a journalist / analyst. Like, we'll all be like hanging on this app's every word. So it just really depends how they distribute information through it.
Yeah, if they do like a scavenger hunt in there for like to announce a new Smash Brothers character whenever they have a new Smash Brothers game, a lot of people will download the app. Yes, without a
Yes.
doubt.
Yeah.
It's my hunch here that the thinking is, boy, we have to use a lot of other platforms that could very easily be corrupted or made toxic or purchased by a billionaire who's gone insane. And while we are not necessarily going to flee from those platforms where we have a huge voice, maybe we should be looking at ways to own our own messaging, as you said. I don't know if it'll work, but I do think that is the impetus behind this, that they want to be in control of their platforms wherever they have platforms. And if that means delivering news to people directly from themselves, well, that's what this is going to look like. The Nintendo Direct format is what they try to tie this to. Like, hey, we like sending news directly to you through the Nintendo Direct. And now we're going to do that with an app. It's, it is very different things. I don't feel inclined to go and open a Nintendo app every day if it's just like, well, today here's a comic about Yoshi. But if they can make the occasional very interesting announcement and, having an exclusive trailer in there for an hour before it shows up on YouTube, I would check that. So, but I'm a sicko for Nintendo stuff. So it's an interesting thing, but it also feels like a weird Nintendo decision.
Yeah, true. I guess one thing to keep in mind for us is that you need a Nintendo account, a paid Nintendo account, I guess, to use it.
I don't think it's paid. So I think you just need to register your a Nintendo account. That is separate from the Nintendo Switch Online subscription service. So I was wondering that too. It looks like it's just sign up for a Nintendo account, which is free. So,
okay, then it's just weird. It's just weird as hell. Then
it's just Nintendo being weird. Yep. All right. Let's take a break. When we get back, plenty more to talk about, including Crystal Dynamics layoffs and a lot more right after this. All right, let's get back into it. Real quick before we move on, someone captured a look at the Nintendo Switch 2 experience event in New York. Of course, Nintendo invited a bunch of fans to come to events all around the world. The one in New York is being set up right now because I think it happens very quickly after the Switch 2 Direct next week. And it looks, it just says a bunch of banners that says Switch 2. But it's happening. We're here. And fans will be there next week actually seeing that thing. Maybe playing it. I assume they'd get a chance to actually play it. I can't remember if they said that or not. But we will have a lot more information about that thing before we know it. All right, let's get on to this. Tomb Raider studio Crystal Dynamics has laid off staff. This is from Evan Campbell at GameSpot. Crystal Dynamics has announced that 17 employees have been laid off. The studio, currently working on a new Tomb Raider and Perfect Dark, stated that this will help with future success, while adding it's not tied to a person's performance or ability. On Twitter, the official Crystal Dynamics account posted about the layoffs. "We did not make this decision lightly," reads the statement from the developer. "Ultimately, this step was necessary to better align our current business needs and the studio's future success. It is not a reflection on the dedication or ability of those affected." In addition, Crystal Dynamics claims that the company's downsizing won't affect developments on any projects. Almost two years ago, the studio made similar reassurances about Tomb Raider and Perfect Dark not being disrupted after the massive Embracer Group layoffs and developer closures in 2023. This is a studio that has made a lot of good games, and they are currently working on two of what has to be some of the most lucrative deals that Embracer has made. A co-development deal for Perfect Dark, where they are working with The Initiative, I believe it's called, the studio that Microsoft has, but it seems like Crystal Dynamics is handling the bulk of the work. And then a massive deal with Amazon for Tomb Raider. And so those deals had to be a lot of money. And it's like, well, hey, I think that money probably should have gone to keeping a lot of people employed at the studio who has to make those projects. Embracer thinks differently, Reese. What do you think about all this?
It's ridiculous. It's not business needs. It's more of just a damning indictment of Embracer's continued corporate mismanagement. And frankly, the games market's growing tolerance for just exploiting talent as disposable assets. But I guess I could zoom out a little bit. On the Embracer front, there's just so many failures. It's like debt-fueled greed. It's not business needs. It's Embracer, not Crystal, that's the architect of this. Let's be honest. Embracer's $300 million in debt. And they had this utter reliance on the Saudi investment deal that fell through. And they kind of blamed that in the last round of layoffs.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. But the fact is, this was all the result of a mindless, reckless acquisition spree. Embracer has spent years and years gobbling up studios and then happily patting themselves on the back in the PR and the press releases And it is just like, I could get in trouble saying this, but I don't care. It's just to like inflate the like market value, and then only to kind of discard workers when they're like pyramid scheme of like growth at all costs. Like it's just collapsed. And like, as always, Jeff, it's just the workers who are paying for these executives' failures. And it is just all about like appeasing shareholders after Embracer's leadership gambled on just complete unsustainable expansion. They're like, these people are like collateral damage in this like boardroom game of risk gone wrong. And they can't, like, they used to blame the pandemic, like, oh yeah, we have overextended ourselves in the pandemic. But no, they bought Crystal Dynamics in the summer of 2022 when the world started like reopening again, you know, as it was a part of Square Enix's divestment from the Western studios. And like as well, like they mentioned like future success, but like how? Like talent.
Well, who's gonna make it? Yeah, who's gonna make these games if you're firing people? Yeah.
Exactly. And like even like from an operational perspective, like dismantling these teams like mid-project, yeah, it was only like what, like was it 10, 15 or something people? But still, that's a hefty percentage of the team. So doing that like mid-project for Tomb Raider, for the stuff they're doing with the initiative, it just like wrecks morale. I know this from personal experience, like working on projects. Like it delays the timelines, it jeopardizes the quality. And then you have like Lars Wingefors, who's the CEO, like he still retains his billion+ net worth and his like Ponzi scheme nonsense. And it's, yeah, sorry, I'm just kind of diatribing right now, but it really does annoy me. It's like Embracer has acquired like dozens of studios, not just Crystal Dynamics, and it's not to like nurture creativity. It's to like monopolize IP and just like strip it, extract value, squeeze the studios dry. It's like not like restructuring, like it's just like corporate vampirism. And like, yeah, they offer severance, and so that's better than nothing. Like, just to tell the truth, but like, it doesn't
legally have to do that, and the territory where Crystal Dynamics is at. Yeah,
it doesn't.
Yeah,
go ahead. Sorry.
No, okay. Yeah, I'm just got like, I can't help but like imagine someone like Lars Wingefors as like Adam Sandler in Uncut Gems, where he's just like grinning at the person whose labor he's going to just find a way to make money off of. And he's just going to keep pushing it and keep betting on it. And then when it blows up in his face, like the answer to it is keep betting on it some more. And that movie ends in a certain way, but this is not going to, it's not going to end in exactly the same way, but it's, a situation where they had so much free money that they never really questioned themselves. And that is the mismanagement, right? If you can get money at basically 0 interest rates, 0% interest rate, a very low interest rate, effectively 0 for years, you don't like, you previously would have to answer to someone about like, how do we justify borrowing this money? We're going to have to pay back interest. That is, someone's going to be responsible for that. And they didn't have to. So they had years and years of just kind of wheeling and dealing and kind of being free from responsibility. And then when the shit hits the fan, when things actually go wrong, and they should have been like, okay, sure, that was a lot of free money, but we probably should have still been judicious and thoughtful about all this, and we weren't. So you know what? That's on us. We made some mismanagement decisions. We are bad. No, that's never happened. Lars Wingefors has never answered for any of this. He's never even, during the time when I would report on this, we'd have shows, we'd talk about this, we'd be like, okay, hey, well, what is happening here? Why are they making these decisions? I tried to talk to Lars Wingefors like 6 times, never got a response a single time. Doesn't want to answer for it then, certainly doesn't want to answer for it now, except for the answer being, let's cut some jobs so we can save some cash. And future success clearly just being one number looks bigger on a bottom line than another. It's going to keep happening because it's the same people in charge and really, under the same system where this sort of behavior is, if not demanded, it is expected. Although I do think it's demanded by shareholders a lot of times. They want people that behave like Lars Wingefors. So we're going to keep getting this, and it's very frustrating. It does feel like we are not going to be able to break out of this cycle repeating itself for a very long time. So I hope that Crystal Dynamics is the people working there can, pick themselves up and get back to work. We're going to play your games, and we're going to be happy that you're doing that labor, and the people that got fired, like, we'll try to respect them as much as possible. I'm sorry that the people that are paying you don't. Like, I really am apologetic for that. All right. Night Dive boss shares optimism for No One Lives Forever remaster despite studio closure. This is from Chris Scullion at VGC. Night Dive studio head says he's optimistic that one day the studio could remaster classic shooter No One Lives Forever despite the recent closure of its developer Monolith Productions. No One Lives Forever is a first-person shooter originally released on PC in 2000 and PS2 in 2002. The game earned a cult following for its humorous take on the 1960s spy genre, with players controlling a secret agent called Kate Archer, who's armed with a series of gadgets designed like perfume, hair clips, designed to look like a perfume and hair clips, lipstick, and other fashion items. Night Dive basically said, and it's like, the main people at Night Dive, the CEO and then like Larry Cooperman, who is their business development director, who is a really swell guy. Larry Cooperman, everybody, thumbs up to that guy. He's just very nice. Either way, they were like, hey, we think we could still make this happen, even though it will be more challenging. And we want to do right by Monolith and make sure that the games like this are remembered. But they essentially said, we could give up, but we never give up on these things. And I think that's why they've been so successful at bringing back so many things. It's like Night Dive's doing this and that. They're doing, the System Shock 1 and 2 and all these other games that they have worked on. It's because they really are voracious about chasing down any opportunity, and I hope they're able to do this. No One Lives Forever is definitely a game that I would like to go back and revisit. You think there's a chance we get this in the next couple of years, even after the collapse of Monolith?
I hope so. I hope somebody picks it up and really does bring it to market, because it'd just be a big shame for everything that they've done to be lost. But it is tough times, Jeff. Who can say? But I hope that it works out. I really do.
Yep. Let's hit these next ones here pretty quick. Rocksteady's next Batman game is going to use Unreal Engine 5. Not a huge surprise. They have always used Unreal Engine on their games. Their last Batman game, before Suicide Squad, was, I think, still Unreal Engine 3. So maybe a big upgrade here with them going to 5. Although if it's open world, which it probably will be, Unreal Engine 5, still a little bit shaky for that, I think. Developers have struggled to get that engine to perform well with games that have big, sprawling, open spaces. But hey, we'll see. And then 3 Xbox games are in the top 10 pre-orders on PS5 right now. We talked about the dam breaking a little bit for PlayStation games, maybe going elsewhere. The wall has just come down now, right? And it's been, I think, by all measures, a success for Microsoft putting their games out everywhere else. Is that your read on it?
Yeah, absolutely. I can give you some numbers to back that up.
Yeah,
so,
please.
And I've kind of benchmarked these, and they're good. So, Alinea Analytics data shows that Sea of Thieves has sold almost 1.8 million copies on PS5.
Wow.
And that's Sea of Thieves, which is not niche. It has a massive audience, actually. It's not really talked about, but it does have a massive audience. But if Sea of Thieves can sell 1.8 million or almost 1.8 million, what's Forza going to sell? What's Halo going to sell when it inevitably comes? Because it's going to happen. And I'm actually writing a blog post on that right now,
cool.
on the sales of the Xbox games on PlayStation. So that's coming out tomorrow. Sorry to shill my stuff too much.
No, please.
But yeah, the data's looking promising, and I think when Indie and Forza drop next month is going to be a splash, because what was it, 3 of the Xbox games are in the top 10 pre-orders on PS5 or something?
Yeah, that's what it says. So you can see the a list of the games, and it's Indiana Jones is on there. It's actually on there twice. Forza is on there twice, and then the other game being Doom: The Dark Ages. And that's at number 10 if this is going in the order I expect it's going in. So yeah, other games are on there. The Kazan, Days Gone Remastered, Atomfall, things like that. But other than that, it's really dominated by Microsoft in a lot of ways. And a big part of that is Microsoft's hitting its stride with the studios it's acquired. A lot of those games are coming out and being very, they're very good. Obviously, Forza Horizon 5 is fantastic. And that is my chill out game right now, Reese. I'm just, when I get a little bit of time, which isn't frequently, but when I do and I'm just don't want to think, I can sit down and play that game. And it is so good. You're right. I think that is going to do very well on PlayStation.
Yeah.
All right, let's get these last ones. Neil Druckmann clarifies comments on Last of Us 3. He basically said the same. So previously he said, don't bet on us making a Last of Us Part 3. Here he's like, look, all I was trying to say is the stars need to align. And then he said, I approach every game I make as if it's going to be my last one because I don't know how long it's going to take. And Reese, I lost your camera, but I don't know if you can still hear me or not. Let us know.
I can still hear you. Yeah.
Okay. We'll do it this way for a little bit. He's like, the stars have to align and all this stuff. And I think the reality here is he might not be involved. He might not make it because I get the sense that he really does feel like worn out after that last game because the response to that, while it was critically acclaimed, there were a lot of backlash from various pockets of the internet and all that stuff. And then he's got kind of another career now, like working in Hollywood, making TV shows, which is very lucrative. And, he gets residuals on that. I'm sure he's got a pretty good contract at PlayStation, actually, but the residual situation he's got from, TV is going to be pretty good as well. So I just don't know if he's got it in him personally, but that's just me reading into the situation. Last of Us Part 3 probably does happen, though, right?
Yeah, I think so. And he's also, the HBO show, like you said, like I think he's really enjoying that. Like there's less crunch, like that, it's more sustainable, so to speak, in a lot of ways. And also like he's working on Intergalactic as well, their new IP. So yeah, maybe like this is again just conjecture, but like maybe he's thinking, I'm gonna wrap up Intergalactic and then retire. But yeah, like for him to say no Last of Us Part 3 is kind of like a little bit of hubris, I guess, because The Last of Us can continue without Neil, right? Like
right.
It would be very strange of PlayStation to like forego kind of that IP, especially because it's like penetrate the mainstream of the HBO show. But yeah, I largely just agree with you, Jeff. I think it's something like that.
Yeah, and like I get like, it does seem like Sony gives a lot of latitude to Naughty Dog and to Neil Druckmann in particular. But if he does one day decide, I am going to kind of move on from this position of overseeing all the games that Naughty Dog makes, I think Sony at that point would be like, great, thank you for your service. You are welcome back at any time. But, we got to go figure out what we're doing without you. And that's probably going to mean someone else is making Last of Us Part 3. And maybe he's just not thinking about it in those terms. I don't know. All right. That does it for the headlines. Let's see here. We had a poll question from yesterday. Let's get to that right here. We had the Direct, but I did want to see what people thought. Which Direct has more information about Metroid Prime 4? Honestly, maybe it's still up in the air. I think it will be the Switch 1 Direct, and that's what 45% of respondents thought. 29% of people think it's mostly going to be in the Switch 2 Direct. 19% say neither. That's the Dan Reichert vote, and then 7% said both. At this point, both is maybe actually the safe bet. While we did get a full-on trailer, having if the release date and a little bit more information shows up at the Switch 2 Direct, I would count that as both. So maybe the 7% there are onto something. Metroid Prime 4 on Switch 2 release date. That's my bet. Is that where you're at? I can't remember what we discussed. Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be a Breath of the Wild kind of situation, Twilight Princess kind of situation, where it's just both. And also the Switch 2 has backwards compatibility as well. Yep. So, that's part of it. Maybe it'll be like buy it on Switch 1 because I think it'll be $70, honestly. And then it'll just be, you can just play it on Switch 2. And because they're really gunning for that Nintendo account stuff, the Switch Online stuff. So yeah, I think it'll probably be straddling like that.
Well, either way, I want to play it. All right. New poll question. I didn't write anything down here, so I'll come up with something on the fly. But while I'm doing that, Reese, Elliott, why don't you tell people where they can find you on the internet, what you have going on, and all that good stuff?
Yeah, thanks. You can find me on Blue Sky. I'm Super Reese on there. That's Super, then HYS. And then, like I mentioned earlier, I'm publishing an article tomorrow about how well Xbox games have been selling on PlayStation so far, ahead of Forza and Indiana Jones. So there'll be like some copies sold data there. So yeah, look out for that on my socials and on the Linear Analytics website. Yeah, thanks.
Real quick, it just popped off. I did see this in chat, but from The Verge, Richard Lawler says Nintendo's new app launches with a tiny Switch 2 leak. Basically, it's a confirmation of that C button that we talked about all those weeks ago. This is part of the I think we first heard about this when the third-party accessory makers had a mold and they were kind of sharing around with one another. And it's like, there's a C button here below the home button on the right Joy-Con. What does that do? So I think we'll make that the poll question. What does the C button do? I'll give some options here to actually go up. But basically, like, will it be a like share button, a community button? Will it be some kind of expanded capture button, something along those lines, something else entirely? We'll get the results of that here for Game Breaking News, discuss it on the show tomorrow. Speaking of Giant Bomb and the Power Block, right after this, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Jan, I think we're going to the GameSpot show. Then after that is Skull and Foams, where Lucy James will pay for her crimes of coming in last in Fantasy Critics. She will play the worst rated games selected by anyone in our Fantasy Critic League from 2024. So that means there was a tie. She's playing Skull and Bones and Foam Stars, which I think is still going. I think you could still play Foam Stars and Skull and Bones. Who knows how long either are going to last. So that'll happen then. And then after that, don't go anywhere. We recorded a voicemail dump truck yesterday with Samoa Joe, and it was something. We will air that live for everyone to see right after Skull and Foam. So don't miss that one. And then more stuff tomorrow. I'm going to play that Schedule 1 for UPF, although maybe we'll throw some other stuff in that UPF as well. There's been some things popping off. The thing I like about Steam, Reese, is just games can come out of nowhere. I think that is the best thing about gaming still to this day. It's been a thing for a while, early access and things popping off and just becoming the new trend on Steam. But a little weird drug dealing simulator game, being able to capture like tens of thousands concurrent players, that's a wild thing. All right. I think that's going to do it. I don't think I'm forgetting anything else. Reese, Elliot, thank you so much for hanging out with me today and talk about video games, man. I really love having you on the show.
Yeah, I love speaking to you, man, about the industry. It is just like talking to a fellow analyst. Like I talk to analysts all the time, and these conversations feel more like that than when I talk to journalists. Usually it's for like a quote or something, but like when I talk to you, I feel like I'm just talking to another analyst. So I love what you do. I love your show. You are an analyst, right? Let's be honest.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I like to think about games. I think that's all it is, and I think that's really what the analyst's job is. Just someone who thinks about games professionally. So, thank you for saying that. I like the way you come in here with all this data and insight. It makes the show better, and the audience loves you too. So that's fantastic. All right, thank you. Speaking of the audience, you're the best audience in video games. Thank you for watching and listening. Until next time, have a good one. Take care of yourself, and goodbye.
This is Breaking News with Kurt and Davina. He gets down to business, he digs deep, and he'll kick you in the teeth. His mustache makes up for his lack of identity. No one wants to tell him his breath is bad. When you need to know something, Kurt's here.
Troubling news just rolled in. Only weeks after his birth, Sonic's son has been kidnapped. There is currently a ransom for the child's return with a demand of 623 rings and a lap dance. Let's please respect the family in this trying time. Sick world we live in, folks. We hope that he's returned safely. I'm Kurt and Davina, and when you need to know something, I'm here.
On the next Games of Our Lives.
I've given this a lot of thought, and I want to give this a chance.
I have radiation poisoning.
How?
You're watching The Power Block.
You're watching The Power Block.
You're watching The Power Block.
Just missed him.
Oh, we're live? Oh, it's almost as if something had happened, but no one noticed it. Right?
I noticed it.
You did?
Yeah, I sat here for a full 5 minutes while everything was
Where
breaking.
were we? Was I asleep?
You were asleep 100%. Yeah, there was a weird phone call.
Oh, yeah, I thought that was a dream.
No, it wasn't a dream. It was real life.
Oh, okay.
Or was it?
For those of you who've been watching, you may have experienced a real life.
Check Twitter. Does it say earthquake or sound problems?
Yeah, or does it say Tam farted?
Yep.
I did say at the very beginning of this that, hey, we're live. Whatever happens is meant to be. And just like that, bam, 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 audio issues. But here we are, we're rolling with it. We're talking about a game called The First Berserker Kazan. That is what it's called, correct?
Correct.
And for those of you who were not here a second ago, or were here but now are here again, or didn't know what we were talking about, this is Timur Hussein.
Hi, Catan.
Is it Catan or Kazan?
Who knows, man?
It's Kazan.
Pick one.
Second Berserker Catan.
That's the one.
As I mentioned, you are our resident Souls-like person.
Yes.
What does that mean when I say that?
That means I like Souls-like games.
A liker of Souls.
Actually, I wouldn't say I like Souls-like games.
You like Souls games.
I like Souls games, but the amount of Souls-likes I like are staggeringly low. Like I can think of maybe one I would unequivocally say this is a game I would recommend for people who like Souls games.
What one is that?
Lies of P.
Okay.
Other than that, you can get games that have the flavor of a Souls-like, but rarely the magic.
And where does First Berserker Kazan?
So I feel like it doesn't quite have the magic of a Souls game, but it is a good Souls-like.
What's the magic of a Souls game?
The magic of the Souls game is it's kind of an imperceptible, almost like unique quality. It's like, what is the magic of a Nintendo platformer versus any other platformer? There's a special something that they have. That's what it is from like a vibes and like emotional perspective. From a design perspective, it isn't quite as accomplished and thoughtful in the way that the world is constructed. It's closer to Neo in that it's all mission based. And because it's mission based, it has a degree of linearity to it, which allows it to do different things that are perhaps a little more unique to it than something like a Souls game. But because of the way it's formatted and the style of gameplay, it feels closer to an action RPG with Souls-like elements than a traditional Souls-like, which is where I would put something like Neo as well. I know people think of Neo as a Souls-like, but for me, it plays much quicker than a Souls game. And I don't treat it in that same way. Having said that, it's still an enjoyable game. I think it's an enjoyable action RPG, which is what our reviewer, Richard Wakeling, said.
I was just going to say, reviewed by the very prolific Richard Wakeling, who's put his fingerprints on many reviews.
Yeah.
Richard did also mention Neo, as well as the one thing I always find, people, when they talk about Souls games, people are always so focused on this like loop of like, well, first off, is it hard? Is always like the first thing that people assume Souls games are hard.
Yeah.
Two, it's this loop of dying, learning from death, coming back, enemies respawn, you get your shit back, and you go back into it, and you do it, and you do it, and you do it until you figure it out. But the underlying thing that I feel like Souls games have always done better than most games, despite their presentation, is their damn story. The stories of all those games are fantastic.
Yeah.
I guess let's start with the maybe not so exciting part of it, is its story, which is weird because it's also based in like...
Yeah, it takes place in the Dungeon Fighter universe, which Dungeon Fighter, I will hold my hand up and say like I wasn't super familiar with it until a few years back, and I also forgot that it existed until Kazan. But I believe it began life as a mobile MMO RPG style universe. But the last time I encountered it was for a fighting game called DNF Duel, which I also reviewed. And I didn't really find myself super into the story there. It was more mechanically speaking, the fighting game element of it that I really enjoyed and reviewed based on that. And Kazan is in a similar place where it does take place in that universe, but you do not need to know anything of it to enjoy Kazan, because the story is very, very basic. You play as Kazan, who is a
Berserker?
He's the first Berserker. He's a war hero who, along with one other person or two other people, destroyed killed a berserker dragon and saved the kind of the lands, but then for some reason is tried for treason, found guilty, and then punished for it.
Is he guilty? Is he
Who knows? Who knows? And here's the thing: who cares?
That's a sign of a good story.
Exactly.
Who
That's
gives
the
a
thing.
shit?
Like there is. Then there's like he's being transported. They've like for some reason severed the tendons on his limbs, so he can't move around because apparently he's too dangerous or whatever. He's that cool.
Wait, but he's running around?
No. So then he is possessed by something called Blade Phantom, not to be confused with the video game Phantom Blade.
Which is also not a Souls-like.
No.
Phantom Blade's on record, not a Souls-like.
Blade Phantom is kind of the amalgamation of the spirits of various warriors throughout time, and it is looking for a body to inhabit so it can do something with Charon has master of the Netherworlds. They keep saying we have to save the Netherworlds. In my brain, I just go, they need to save the Netherlands, which is way more fun in my mind.
They have no idea that they're in trouble. The Netherlands are just like, we're what? Huh?
Yeah, so the balance between the real world and the Netherworld is messed up. Charon's there and he's very upset about this. And he's like, you guys go out and figure this out. So they come and like, we need a body to figure this out. And Kazan's there and he's like, I'm trying to get revenge because I got screwed over by the people I just helped. They combine, and then that's kind of like where their journey begins.
How much of the story is actually, is it like, so I guess in the terms of a Souls game,
yeah,
is it given to you the way Souls games traditionally give you story, or is it much?
Yes and no. So I've read a lot of item descriptions, and most of them are pretty forgettable and unimportant. Like they have a good bit of color on the thing that you're picking up, but they don't often, or very rarely, will they allude to a larger universe that is being pieced together bit by bit. I played for a chunk of the game, and I could not tell you what's going on. There are smaller stories within it, like you can interface with like the remnants of souls of other characters that have died, like just random NPCs. And when you absorb them, you'll get a brief audio clip saying like, "Oh, my family,
oh, my stomach hurts.
Yeah, oh,
can you call my mom?
I hope I get to see my kids in 1 hour." And then you can see they've been like beheaded in front of you, and you're like, that person didn't see their kids. And that's
unless they did it.
Unless they did, yeah.
So combat.
Combat is where the meat and potatoes of this game is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I mean, considering this has been the formula of Souls-likes have been done over and over and over again, and continue to be done. Where and how does this game stand on its own?
I think it doesn't do much in terms of making it unique, but I don't think that's to its detriment. I think what it does is it takes kind of familiar mechanics and design ideas and just tries to execute them in its own way. And what I mean by that is like you're pretty much playing an action game, but what makes this unique is it's got a good feel to it. When you hit and you get hit, you get a nice chunky kind of like feel to everything.
Can you describe the chunk?
The chunk is like, imagine like you have a sword, and no, imagine you have a relatively sharp knife, but it's a small knife.
Okay.
It's like not a butter knife, just like a steak knife, a steak knife, right? And then you're like stabbing large slabs of meat. And every time you do it, like a little bit of it's coming off, and you're like, oh yeah.
That's how the game feels.
It's like what I imagine like Wolverine handling a Twinkie feels like.
A Twinkie?
A Twinkie, like because he's like, oh, I've destroyed this. Really it felt great.
Okay.
But now my adamantium is covered in cream.
You've never had a Twinkie?
No, I don't know what Twinkie is.
Do you know what a Twinkie feels like?
Not at all. I assume it's spongy.
Very pillowy and spongy, right?
A Wolverine would get through that. But it has a good feel to it. It has that like screen shake. It's got good audio. Gameplay-wise, it has the format of a Souls-like where you approach an enemy usually one at a time, and then there's like this dance back and forth. But the actual pacing of it is much quicker. It feels closer to almost like a Devil May Cry, but without necessarily the fluidity that allows you to move from one move to another, so that it feels almost like you're unstoppable at times. It has the kind of momentum-based stuff where it's like you have a stamina meter gauging what you can do, and then you have to be careful about stepping back and forth. However, it is kind of in the Sekiro realm as well, where
there's a lot of parrying.
A lot of parrying. Parrying is important. You can block most things, and it doesn't really do a big amount of damage. You lose stamina, and if you block too much, you leave yourself open. So that is a viable strategy for people who aren't super into like timing-based parries. But if you are, it has that. And it's got like multiple types of parries. They call it a brink guard, where you press the guard button on the brink of getting hit. And that will do a standard parry, and you can have abilities that, will do damage when you do that, or take less stamina. There's also another type of parry, which is like it's almost like a counter attack, but you have to time it so the animation overlaps with the attack coming in, and it's a much longer animation. It's almost like trying to parry or in a Monster Hunter game, where there's like a laboriousness to that move instead of just being a quick, like a arm up kind of thing. That's a part of the chunk. That one is a little more, that's much more risky, but what you get is you basically stop the enemy in their tracks. So whereas a normal parry, if it's a multi-hit attack, they can keep going and you have to like keep hitting it. And then the third type of parry is like if you can charge standard and like heavy attacks, so they do more damage. And while you're charging that, you can unlock an ability where if you are charging it and someone attacks you, you can like with one hand parry and then carry on with your attack. Again, a little more risk to that, but it is still doable. So that parry suite of abilities kind of places it in the Sekiro realm. I think it's good at...
But this Neo thing is what kind of...
The mission-based stuff, yeah. Again, like, it places it in the same kind of like category when it comes to parrying as Sekiro. I don't think it's done as well. It's not as refined, because ultimately what it's trying to do is be over the top and be like fun in a bombastic way and a fun in a anime kind of way.
Yeah.
I think of it as it is to Dark Souls what Guilty Gear is to Street Fighter.
Okay.
Where it's like Guilty Gear is all about over the top swinging cinematic moves and animations that are designed to make everything look cool, whereas Street Fighter is a little more like methodical. You have very tight timings and like there's almost like a kind of purity to that. Whereas the other game is like, trying to make you feel cool. And that's what it is. So there's things that happen that, because of that, it can get in the way of or undermine the gameplay. Stuff like when you hit an enemy and you charge an attack, you get this red aura around you and you let it go and it feels awesome. You swing your thing and there's a shockwave and that kind of stuff. So it looks amazing. The problem is when you're charging that thing and an enemy is doing a move which covers their hand in a red aura, you're like, is that mine or is that theirs? I can't, like the readability goes down. And that happens a lot because you kind of like, they're sacrificing that readability and that kind of precision for making it look, feel, and sound cool, which I think works. It works. And if you are the kind of player who you've played enough of these games that you can almost, you have like that instinct for it and that kind of muscle memory, you will be able to overcome that. Like Sekiro, for as much as an action game it is, it's also a rhythm game. So once you've heard the first two attacks, usually if you're familiar with that game system, you know how it's going to play out and you're able to adjust without even seeing it. So like in my case, like I can do Sekiro and not really look at the screen because I can hear it. It's a rhythm game. And there is that element to this as well. However, if you're not well attuned to that style of gameplay and you're just using your visual cues, it can become a bit frustrating at times when you're like, I couldn't see that move coming at me. So it's not, I didn't really have a good chance of it. But I wouldn't say that's like a game killer at all. The game is built around gear. You get loads of gear, which makes you look different. Changes stats up and down, that kind of stuff, which is cool. The core of the gameplay is mainly built around weapon types.
Okay.
So you
the one thing I was before we get into weapon types, the one thing is like, I was going to ask you, how does this stand in the midst of Souls-like games, especially for you as a seasoned Souls person? But you did at least mention, it's like the Guilty Gear Street Fighter in that way. Yeah. It's like the anime version of the Souls game, this is the Souls genre and stuff.
This is what this is the CyberConnect 2 version, or like the whoever it may be, like whoever the fighting game equivalent of that is, their version of a Souls-like, or is.
But I'm still curious as to, aside from the aesthetic and like the sprinkle of different things, like how do you think this thing has the capacity to stand on its own as an entry point, or more specifically, do you think this has a thing to stand on its own for people who are seasoned Souls players?
Yeah, I think it's one of those games where if you come at it knowing you're not going to get as rich and deep a world and story as you perhaps expect from a From game, I think you'll have fun. Like I'm having fun with the game.
Is it hard?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard in that way that I feel like the balance of hard, making it challenging versus giving you enough of a opportunity to understand it and figure it out isn't as kind of like balanced and as refined as it is in a From game, you often will reach bosses that feel like they're just shredding you. And that's where the one thing that that game does noticeably different from other Souls games and Souls-like games kind of kicks in, where every time you take a crack at a boss and lose, it gives you a bit of Souls. Like, I think they call it lacrima in this game. But instead of losing it and that's it, you often are given a small amount and then you very easily can collect what you lost. So almost every time you take an attempt at it, you're moving towards leveling up something. And I think that's where the kind of loop of getting better at it comes. Instead of just being like, I'm going to figure this out based on watching the animations and knowing what I can do, you can kind of brute force it just by failing repeatedly and then basically grinding out free EXP that they give you for it, which I think is kind of interesting. It's not something that I've seen in any of From games, and it is a good way to approach having that level of like frustration from dying while also not making you feel completely at a loss. Because some From games can make you feel that way because you're like, there's nothing else that I can do that can help me other than going and grinding, which is a very slow and laborious process in From's games.
Top 3 Souls-like games.
Top 3 Souls-like games?
Souls-like.
Lies of P is probably one. I guess Hollow Knight probably counts as one. And then I'd maybe put this one there.
What would be competing for the third? What do you think?
So I want to say Nioh, but I wasn't someone that really enjoyed Nioh. Like, I enjoyed Nioh, but I didn't really like stay with me. I was like, yeah, I get this. I'm moving on. From a gameplay standpoint, I think maybe Nioh or Nioh 2. But for me, this Kazan feels closer to what I would want out of a Souls-like game than perhaps Nioh is.
And the moment you're done with the first Berserker Shaka Kazan,
Shaka Khan,
you could go play that what is it, DNF?
DNF Duel if you want a fighting game. Yeah.
Is Kazan in DNF Duel?
I don't think so.
Because he can't walk.
I mean, there was a point where he could. I don't remember much about DNF Duel. It was a really long time ago, and time is a flat circle right now.
Wow.
But if you want more of that universe, it's out there. I have no kind of curiosity around it. Having played 2 of those games in those universes, I'm willing to take them for what they are in the moment and be done with them there. I don't feel the need to dig any deeper.
But they're,
But they are there, and there is clearly content there for people who might. It might work
for all genres.
Yeah, it might work for you. But who knows?
We get a first-person shooter.
Yeah, the first shooter, Kazan.
The card game. Is that already, unless it already exists?
It probably does. Yeah, I'm sure there's in there somewhere.
All right. Well, Tam's coming back because at the end of this episode, we're going to add it to our very chaotic GameSpot power ranking board of fun and games and reviews. But in the meantime, chill out, stay tuned, drink some water, maybe call your guardian, let them know they're doing okay, or let them know you're doing okay. I don't know, pet your dog or cat or turtle. I don't know. Just hang out for a second. We'll be right back with Jean-Luc Saipki to talk about Adamfall. We're back. We're here. Atoms have fallen. No, they haven't. They don't really talk about Atomfall and Atomfall, do they? A little bit. There's like one at a time. Maybe once. Maybe twice. Maybe you would know better than me. I'm Kurt Indavina. This is Jean-Luc Seipke. Joining us before was Damor Hussein, who's going to sit right over there.
Just going to breathe heavily.
Yeah,
the
breathe
entire
real
time.
heavy. You didn't play Atomfall.
No, I did not.
But you read the review.
Yes, I definitely, as the de facto reviews editor, I definitely read that.
You were like, no.
No, I don't read it.
No, I didn't do it.
I just point at people and say, do this. And
just write that. Jean-Luc Seipke played it.
Hi.
Played a whole bunch of it.
Finished it.
And I'm also, this is one of those occurrences where I too have played a lot of this game. Mm-hmm. Excuse me, it's the Oberon of Atomfall speaking to me. Anyways, it's a game. For those of you who don't know, it's done by Rebellion Studios, who is most well known for its Sniper Elite games and the Zombie
Army
sniper game. So
although I looked up them and they've actually done a ton of stuff before.
It just so happens that those.
Well, the last decade they've been primarily just Sniper Elite, but pre that they've been around for a while. They've done like everything.
I want to clear the air on this game because, and it's probably to the game's own fault, Rebellion's fault, in which the constant comparison to other games and other things, which is only natural because it's a new IP, it's a new thing.
Yeah. Is the Souls-like?
The Souls-like.
Yeah, it's the Souls-like.
Yeah, I mean, sorry kids, this is not an RPG Fallout game. This is a Souls-like.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. No, not at all. Not in the slightest. To clear the air, what would you call it in a sentence?
If I had to like compare it to something?
No. How would you definitively explain what this game is?
I would describe it as a survival RPG. Well, RPG light. You know, it's not like it has RPG. I guess the term RPG is kind of nebulous, right? Like, but when I say RPG, I mean like there are quests where you can have multiple outcomes.
You can tailor your play style.
You can tailor your play style.
You kind of can do.
You can play stealthy. You can play, in that sense, it's actually kind of more immersive sim-ish, but I also wouldn't call it an immersive sim. It's this weird amalgamation of many genres. It's different.
And you know what one thing you didn't call it that I would?
What?
A detective game.
It is kind of a detective game. That's actually maybe one of my favorite things about this game is how they very smartly take what is essentially a quest log and they just say, we're not going to call it quests, we're going to call them leads. And by doing that, and by also not saying what is like a main lead versus a side lead, they're all just leads, everything feels potentially really significant and important.
Yeah, everything is treated everything you find is treated on the same level as one another. And so even if you meet someone who's like, oh, I got a sick husband, you gotta go find some medicine in the forest. But what you don't understand is like that what sounds like a side quest actually leads
could lead into one of the game's endings.
Yeah, exactly.
But you have no idea, which I think is great. I think and that's this game's strength is it deliberately just like does not give you all the information that I think most games do. You know, it doesn't give you like a big flashing like objective go here marker. Mm-hmm. Instead, it tells you like here's some coordinates.
Yep.
Go look them up. And it's not. This isn't like when you say detective game, I do think people would be like, oh, like, am I solving puzzles or am I like, like, am I having to rack my brain? Like, it's not complicated. It's just that it requires you to like actually like read like a little bit. Like you just gotta read a little bit. And the reading itself is
reading. Tam is out. I want to press buttons.
I was gonna ask, like, that puts a lot of pressure on the actual writing, right? Like, if everything is potentially important and you keep encountering things that aren't written really well and could potentially feel like wasting your time, that could be a problem. But does it feel like that?
I do think that's where this game is pretty misleading. Yeah. Or like how Jean-Luc was trying to describe the game is like, please go ahead. Like, I want your take on the writing part because I have my own kind of take on it.
Well, I mean, to me, the writing I think does a really good job of constantly providing you like little nuggets of information and breadcrumbs that like keep you intrigued and engaged. I don't know if I'd call the writing like world class or anything, but at no point did it feel lacking. Like I found every character to at least be like somewhat engaging or interesting or having like a sympathetic.
Would you say every piece of evidence or lead that you find feels substantial?
I would say so.
Yeah. And I think that's the strength of the game.
Or even if it's not like initially, at first you're like, is this substantial? It leads to something substantial.
Yeah.
You know, so like there's like a major character, like a doctor, a scientist, that I would discover in notes or have characters mentioned to me, and it didn't initially seem like they were important, but then the more people kept mentioning them, I'm like, this person's important. And then you finally meet that person later, and you're like, oh my gosh. Like, so like the game's, what I think the game does so well is that it is just constantly weaving multiple threads together. So even if you're like, oh, where do I go? What do I do? Or you're like following down this one thread, that thread will naturally lead to like 2 or 3 or even more other threads you can follow. So everything is like interwoven in a way that just like keeps the momentum of the game like constantly pushing you forward.
Talk about how the world is structured, because I think that's an interesting point. In terms of like, it's not quite open world.
No, it's like 5-ish little zones that you kind of explore instead, and you can. It's interesting because at first you'd think like, oh, okay, like I have to explore all of the first zone, and then eventually unlock the next zone, and then the next zone. Not the case. You can immediately go to like all the major zones at any point, and you're constantly going back and forth between them. And I find like we compared it to Avowed a little bit in that it has that. So it's like these like little micro areas that feel small but are actually like extremely dense.
Yeah.
And there's a lot going on in them. And because you're constantly being, what I think this game does really well versus something like an Avowed, where Avowed kind of has you do a whole area and then move on, because this game has you bouncing back and forth between those areas. I never got tired of an area because I felt like it was keeping me moving around at a pretty good pace.
Also, something interesting that happened between us playing this game is how we each found important items in completely different places at different times.
Yep.
So I found a flashlight rather quickly when I know like Jake Deckeron's staff had not found a flashlight for ages. I had also stumbled across a metal detector, which you had not found at that point. But they're all scattered multiple times through the world, so it allows the player to be able to like naturally in their own rhythm eventually find that item that is important to your playthrough.
And there's always multiple ways to get items. There's multiple ways to find clues. There's multiple ways to like solve quests. So you don't, at least it could happen, but like I never ran into that problem where it's like, oh, I just need to find that one thing to solve this. Like there's always another solution. Or like I know in your case that you couldn't find a key, you know?
Oh yeah.
That was like, but that was because you were trying to solve it this very specific way, so you needed to find that specific key. But you could have also solved that quest
without
that key. You actually didn't need to spend that time finding it. You could have been like, well, I could just go do it this way instead. So in that sense, I haven't played a game that has had that quite level of like reactivity and just like, oh, can I do it this way? Oh, I can. Like since, I don't know, like I feel like New Vegas almost. Like it has that kind of like spirit about it. And like in that sense, that's where the Fallout sort of inspiration maybe comes from. Is not
not in its gameplay, not even in its world,
but in the way it sort of wants to feel like you as a player are able to like interact and manipulate things and having as many options available as possible.
Oh yeah, there's like I was playing both sides of like 5 different people that wanted me to do something for them,
right?
And I could do what they wanted or not do it, but then still tell them that I did and convince them that I did it. That would then lead them to still trust me, even though I completely am sidestepping them in every which way, which was really sweet.
Is there consequences for that?
Oh yeah,
totally.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you'll get locked out of endings. You can also just kill everyone.
Everyone.
So you could kill a quest giver.
Yeah, that's how.
Completely avoid. You know, like, all right, well that quest is done.
Yep.
Sorry.
I was gonna point to Mark Delaney's review. Mark Delaney gave it a 7 out of 10, and broadly speaking, I think Mark Delaney's review is pretty on point.
Sure.
The one thing that I did find interesting based on your experience playing it was his criticism of combat. So what is your view on combat? Because it's split into two really. Like you have melee combat, and then you have different kinds of melee weapons that all act differently.
Yeah.
But ultimately, you still have the same set. You have like heavy attack, normal attack, kick.
Yeah, for melee. Well, melee and you have guns, right?
Yeah, and then guns are the other ones.
Yeah, so like the melee is pretty basic, if I'm being honest. Like to me, the melee isn't like the main way you would play the game. It's more of a like complementary to the gunplay, where they're rushing at me, quickly switch to my melee weapon and hit them, or throw my axe at them in the face, which is always super fun. But to me, the gunplay is kind of where I think the game shines the most. Like it's very slow. It's very deliberate. It takes place in the 60s, so everything is like World War II era, like single shot. You have very limited ammo, so you're not blasting enemies apart. This isn't.
You can even your capacity to carry ammo is limited.
It's very limited.
It's very small.
So every firefight feels very small, but very intense, because if you play the game on the recommended survivor difficulty, which is what I'd recommend, because that seems like what the state the game's trying to have you be in, you will go down in like 2 bullets, but enemies also go down really quickly. So if you get like a headshot, they'll go down. So it creates this really intense, frantic firefights where enemies will like rush at you, and you're like, I need to be extremely on point because I only have 5 bullets and the reload is slow. But if I can get that headshot, it's so satisfying. And then it has this sort of reactivity where it's like, okay, now they're rushing me. I need to quickly switch to this weapon. I need to switch to Molotov. Like there's a level of improvisation that you have to do in the combat that I find very exhilarating and fun. I really have very little criticisms to say about the combat. Like I found it felt good. I know Mark didn't find that it felt as good to aim on console.
Yeah.
I personally didn't really have that issue. For me, it felt fine. I had no issues with that. But it's no like Destiny in terms of like feel. But to me, it feels exactly the way it needs to be to work.
Yeah, I think that Mark's kind of observation was that it's the same building blocks as the sniper games, which makes a lot of sense. So for him, for anyone who played those games and perhaps doesn't like the way that feels, you're at risk of feeling the same here. But I think for him, he also recently played and reviewed a sniper game. So there's some recency. They came out close together. And I think that the observation is an apt one, and it's a valid criticism to bring up, but it's like it doesn't feel like it fits into the type of game that they're making. It feels like a remnant of another game to him.
That's what I think. It's always the thing that I like about this, what we're doing with the show, is the ability to look at someone like what Mark said in a review, and then kind of figure out Mark's perspective versus our perspective on that.
So for like comparison, I've never played a Sniper Elite game.
Yeah.
Like I don't have that comparison at all. So everything about this game felt like new and fresh to me, which is like, I think so. Like I just don't have that comparison. And if anything, I imagine for the Sniper Elite team, the Rebellion, like they're obviously trying to court a larger, different audience with this game. So I imagine they might be okay with that, having that shared DNA, because to them they're trying to instead maybe do something a little more different.
Sam, what is a Cornish pastry?
What is a Cornish pastry? It is a pastry, I guess. If you know what
pastry is. Have you had one?
I have had one, but I've never had a meat-based Cornish pastry.
Got it.
Because they're associated with the place Cornwall, I believe. But it is basically like a pastry dough, which seems like could be sweet, but inside it's usually savory. So you have like a hot or warm, I guess. It's basically like a pie, a meat pie.
Or like an empanada, kind of?
Kind of an empanada, but like they use like the flaky pastry, phyllo pastry, or whatever it's called.
Phyllo dough.
Yeah, they use the flaky pastry. So it's not like, it can be a mess, but it's good British comfort food.
Because they're all over the place now.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
You are eating them all
especially given
it's like you're eating that or like cans of meat.
Yeah, I mean, like it seems like the game is going for the countryside or like the northern kind of vibe to it, which Cornish pastries are way more popular there. Though they are still popular in like pubs and that kind of stuff. It's a good like pre or post drinking, I guess, food. I've seen a lot of my friends that I've grown up with have or worked with have like a Cornish pastry before or after.
I just had a great moment real quick. It wasn't even a bug, but in my game, I completed a quest, and as a reward,
you got Cornish pastry?
But my inventory was full, so it just floated in the air.
Exact same thing happened to me.
It just kind of just juggled in the air in between our conversation. I was like, oh, thank you so much.
Yeah.
It just fell on the floor, and I was like, really appreciate it. So
I wanted to ask, do you know what's a boffin?
A boffin, I need to know the context, but it might be it's a phrase used to describe like nerds.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because
Dorks.
all of the villagers describe all the scientists
As
who are working
boffins,
as
yeah.
boffins.
They're like Poindexter.
That's
like dorks.
awesome. Oh, I love that. Okay,
boffins.
that's great.
cool. You're such a boffin.
Boffin. Boff.
Boff.
Yeah, you can't say buff.
Boffin.
Boffin.
You're such a boffin.
Off.
Would you, if boffins were cool, would you consider Animal a boffin?
A boffin.
How many boffins out of 10 would you give this?
How many boffins out of 10?
Out of 11.
Out of 11, I give it 12 boffins.
Wow!
Damn.
I like this game a whole lot. This is a game made for me specifically.
I also, and you're not going to hear me say my opinion on it much in this show, I also love that game.
Yeah, I think it's great. It's like if I have to be that person who like reduces it to like other games for comparison, to me, I would say if you like games like Stalker, if you like games like Metro Exodus, if you like games like Far Cry 2.
That's where I was
games that are.
It's got a bit of a Eurojank, which I like
it's
as
got
well.
a little Eurojank. It's
And you can say
slow.
Yeah, I'm
It's got
Eurojank.
friction in it. It's a game about friction.
Yeah.
And it's also like a smooth like 15 to 20 hour game.
Yeah.
It's gonna be on Game Pass.
It's on Game Pass, so if you
which
want
is like to me like a no-brainer. Just like if you
easy
have
breezy.
Game Pass and you're interested in that kind of game, you should check it out.
Well, that brings us to our last and final segment of the GameSpot show. Roll that applause for me, because we don't have enough people here. So I have to be the beautiful, look at me. Look how beautiful I am. Wow.
We want Jake. Where's Jake?
Jake's behind the camera. Oh. And the audience is employed to clap. Give me a clap, audience. Yeah! All right.
Wow, that clap sounded exactly like the previous one.
I know.
Well-trained.
That's because I've trained them so well. So this is the GameSpot Power Ranking Something or Another board, where we, every single time, this has no real holding on what we do as a publication. This is nonsense.
I know.
Just letting the audience know.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, Dan. So
You
what
looked
we're
directly
doing,
in my eyes when you said it. I know.
you need to know this. So this is so how this works for the audience. Every single episode, at the end of every episode, we rank the games that have been reviewed. But the thing is, you cannot move these. You can put something above or below them, but these are in place. And just for clarification, Lost Records is a review in progress, so that's floating in the ether as this moment. All right, Tamar Hussein, since you're the first one.
Yes.
The first Berserker Kazan. Is it better? Is it better than Sniper Elite Resistance? Is it worse? Is it better than Avowed? Worse? Where would you put it in the board at this point?
Interesting. I think I would put it. I'm just thinking about this. Let me think.
Hurry up.
I think I would put it below Assassin's Creed.
Okay. Which is?
In the middle, purple. Assassin's Creed Shadow 8.
Oh, the only one that's not. The only one that
the
is
one your eyes are
different
directly
color.
in line with.
Jordan Ramey himself put it above Cabernet, which he gave a higher score.
Jordan loves the little quirky indie games.
Like Assassin's Creed.
Like Assassin's Creed Shadows. All right, Jean-Luc.
Okay.
Sipke, this is where things get interesting. Where would you put Adamfall among this list?
I want to start by telling the audience I haven't played Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 yet. I haven't played Split Fiction yet. Keep that in mind. Kurt, put Adamfall at the top of the board. It's my favorite game I've played this year. Like, straight up. Like,
All right. You heard it here, folks. Damn, how you feeling right now?
That's wild. That's crazy behavior, but I respect it. You know? I'm glad someone's going for it.
Yeah.
So this means for the rest
We have
of
a
the
10
year,
out of 10 game usurped by a 7 out of 10 game.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of
Absolutely.
oh, this is good. This just got real interesting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Adam Ball is now the top of the GameSpot
That's right, folks.
Show power ranking
I
board.
swear to God, I know I'm going to get an email from the publishers of Atomfall to be like, hey, can we use this in our marketing? And I'm going to have to be like, hell no. Don't be crazy.
That's why I made sure to start this off with saying, this is nonsense. But it's nonsense that reflects us.
I think my chair just tried to
Nailed
kill me.
it.
Woo! Yeah! Yeah! That's a real audience back there. You know, I try to be pretty indifferent in all this, but I support this decision. All right, everyone.
I support it. I don't endorse it. That's the difference.
I'm Kurt and Davina. You've been watching the GameSpot Show. Until the next time we continue to make this a work of art. See you later. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, Kurt, I think, like, you know, at least from where I'm standing, I know that, like, everyone really appreciates your work, your vision.
Right, like, I don't think there's anyone else here that can touch the kind of, like, unique sort of voice that you have, and it's definitely special, for sure.
I'm always wondering, like, what happens if you change everything about your sort of look and style?
Get a haircut, shave
the mustache, take off the denim jacket, and just, you know, go to Nordstrom. Go to the rack and see what fits. If you can. I know you have, like, a strange kind of body shape. I'm not supposed to say that, but...
This is Breaking News with Kurt and Davina. Move over, Jeff Grubb. There's a new rootin' tootin' newsbreaker in town. His grandmother whispered in his ear that he's annoying.
Yeah, she did.
When you need to know something, Kurt's here.
In shocking news, only hours ago, we reported the kidnapping and ransom of baby Sonic. It was, however, a false alarm. The baby was found at a strip club after spending Sonic's fortune on lap dances and cosmopolitans. Sonic is now filing for bankruptcy. Stay tuned for more developments. And like sands through an hourglass, these are the days of our lives. I'm Kurt and Davina, and when you need to know something, I'm here.
On the next Games of Our Lives.
I've given this a lot of thought, and I want to give this a chance.
I have radiation poisoning.
How?
This is Breaking News with Kurt and Davina. Hot scoops, inside stories, and the news you care about. He puts, excuse me, little cat. Sorry, my cat just jumped up. I have to put her down really quick.
No! No, she deserves to live!
When you need to know something, Kurt's here.
Isn't it rich? Are we?
Hello, gamers.
Loser! 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 Loser, James!
Oh no, this is like school all over again. Jeff Grubb. Okay. Do you want to actually
be honest?
No.
Tell them the full truth.
No, I was gonna say, do you want to do a dramatic reading of the Slack messages that we shared just before?
Yeah! Okay, fantastic.
James, can I be Lucy James?
Yes, you can.
Lucy James.
I'll be the narrator.
Where are we starting at? Give me the time code.
Wait. Let me. Hang on. Wait. Okay, hang on. 10:15 a.m. Jan Ochoa.
Oh, Lucy, you be me.
Okay. What and how are we doing Skull and Foams? Is Lucy doing it solo, or are people calling in? Lucy.
Grub has threatened to call in.
I'll be Tam as well as me. I'm around if extra bodies are needed. That's Tam.
Wait, Foam Stars isn't on PC. What the fuck?
Then this is me now. Yep. Lol! I don't need to call it, and if it's easier, please, I can't be a burden.
Gang, I'm not gonna lie. I have no recollection of what this bit is or why I'm playing these.
Lol! And then,
yeah.
That tracks.
And then, okay. You see, we did this thing called Fantasy Critic, which you forgot was happening in the year 2024, so... ... You lost! And the loser had to play the worst games we selected as a group. This is still my voice, by the way. And there was a tie between Skull and Bones and Foam Stars. The audience, they didn't forget.
Well, Skull and Bone it is.
You are going to owe us Foam Stars, but maybe we could fit that into a UPF or something.
Well,
yeah.
First of all, I hear Jan is a little quiet and I'm really loud, and I don't know how to fix that.
You can.
There is a knob in front of you, a series of knobs in front of you on a stream deck.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Discord system.
And then maybe I'm here.
setup.
Maybe you see me on one of those. I don't know. You could turn yourself down though.
I will just leave because I have stuff to do.
Okay, there we go. I think I've turned it down.
Cool.
The quiet Jan. There he is.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, so we were gonna play Skull and Bones first because I'm here at the PC, and I was like, you know, I've got Steam. I probably have Skull and Bones.
And Foam Stars, right? Which is certainly on PC. Is it really not on PC?
It is not on PC, unless it was delisted. But when I went on the Epic Game Store, it literally took me to the official Foam Stars website. So,
does it have like its own launcher or something? Maybe it's just not on PC.
No,
huh?
I just don't know if it's on PC.
Okay.
But don't worry about it because what I have in front of me is a Sony PlayStation 5.
Oh, well, that has foam. That's the Foam Stars machine. That's what we call it on the streets.
Foam Stars machine. Because also, with all the Ubisoft news today, thought it could be a little gauche.
Yeah, we don't know what's going to, but Ubisoft's spinning off with Tencent, and it seems like people are uncertain about their future at that company, and we want to be a little sensitive.
Yes.
So we're not going to go in here and make fun of Skull and Bones. Instead, let's go and make fun of Foam Stars from a company that's on sturdy footing, the Square Enix Corporation.
Okay, hang on, let me turn Grub you down a little bit. Okay.
Sure.
All right. Do we want it in English?
Whatever. Maybe Deutsch. Yeah, English.
I mean,
Is there
an English voice?
Is there any way? And then don't worry if you can't. I don't want to be a burden. As a reminder, that's my stated stance. For you to share gameplay with me in Discord from the PS5.
You know what?
Fantastic.
Let me share my screen.
And really, to make this all the more painful, I am playing a good game right now while we're doing this. I love you, but I'm so annoyed that you're playing this in front of me. This is like a real right in front of my salad moment. Cause I mean, that's what I'm going for. You're playing they were I guess bad games is maybe a bit much. They were mediocre games. They were the worst rated games that we selected for Fantasy Critic, the worst performers of the year. And I'm playing something I think is going to be a good performer.
Oh, there it is. Hang on. What the hell is this? Okay, no, there it is. Okay. I'm just...
Oh, no problem. Okay. And I'm going over the stream now. Thank you so much. I can see it.
Can you see it in Discord?
I can. It's the whole OBS window, but this is great.
Okay, yes.
Oh, I can see my levels too. There's this is actually a good way to see things. Interesting.
Is that...
you might want to give them more game. Yeah, you're doing it right away.
I'm turning it up.
You're on it.
And this goes hard.
I mean, I think I like this game's whole thing.
I like what
the
this
way it
game's
presents
got
itself.
going on. Okay.
Yeah, even the dithering effect here on this press start screen.
This is annoyingly good. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Mike, you can hop in if you want. Anyone who was in the you know what? Actually, someone get me Jeff Bakalar. I want Jeff Bakalar in here. Bring me the
yes,
Bakalar.
Hello, it's your favorite coworker here out of New Jersey.
Jerf, what do you have to say for yourself? Oh, actually, who is doing worse than Fantasy Critic right now? I can't remember.
I was going to say, I'm doing actually pretty well this year.
Yes, you're doing much better.
Also, I just learned I have no idea what Bakalar sounds like.
Yeah.
I don't know what that impression was.
You know what? You sounded like Bakalar doing his Caucus voice from Jeff's Bizarre Adventure.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going for.
Oh,
summon me.
And also,
hey, there's Bakalar. Cool.
I'm Mike Minotti.
Vegas?
Oh, there. Oh, my bad.
Oh, okay.
Oh, did that...
It's you cracked up a little bit for me, but I think it was just Discord.
There we go now. I thought I would hop in as I'm pretty sure the only... Oh, Jan, is that Jan? I hear at like 10% volume.
Jan, you're so low today.
Why are you so quiet, Jan?
You need to crank. You need to crank your window setting, dude.
It's not Jan, it's the doctor.
Dr. GameFAQs.
Would you be surprised there isn't a lot of stuff on Foam Stars on GameFAQs?
I am surprised.
The game is still really quiet. Okay.
Yeah, you can still get more game juice.
Yeah, you can get it so that it's like getting between the green and the yellow there on OBS. Like have it touch that.
tapping the green and the yellow.
Yeah, just tap the yellow.
Yeah.
What we say in the biz.
Is there a lot of
Sorry, I
foam
can't
star
tell because I'm like I'm
lore?
just jamming to this.
Lore. Not
seems
anymore
like there
because
might
game's a little dead.
Yeah.
But
I was looking forward to this one. I think I'm the only one on the team who likes Splatoon a whole lot.
I like
right?
Well, I love Splatoon, but I guess you know what? I think it'd be fair to say you might like Splatoon more than me.
Okay.
I like Splatoon, and I wish I liked it even
story?
more.
No.
Lucy, stop having fun. This is your punishment.
No, she's dancing still.
Stop dancing and being happy.
We outlawed dancing in the power block.
Okay. Can you see them, my friend? Also, so for me, the game audio is super loud.
Does it turn it up for you? Oh, I guess it would turn it up for
Yeah.
you.
Yeah,
I mean,
she's listening through OBS.
yeah, then you could turn it down a little bit. We don't actually need to hear foam stars.
Not too
Yeah.
much. You guys get a hint of them.
Music's pretty good.
You know what you could do, Lucy? If there's a way to like turn down the physical volume of your headset a little bit, and then turn. Oh no! If you turn us up in Discord, that'll turn us up for them. Never mind. I don't have a good idea.
Lucy, can you open up Parsec on the computer you're on? I might be able.
Wait,
to
I cannot hear you, Jan. You are so quiet.
He said open up Parsec, hit the Windows key and type PAR, and then when Parsec comes up, make sure it's logged in, and then Jan can take it from there.
To desktop, this computer, share that.
No, as long as Parsec is open, he should be able to just get in.
It's on.
Yeah.
Let's get a hack in.
What? Oh, there we go.
It did okay. Did it initialize?
Ah, Jan is trying to connect to my computer.
Allow me.
Allow it.
Allow it.
Okay, I can take care of this, Lucy. You go play the game.
Okay.
Thanks,
Jan.
Go down your red
Okay,
carpet.
sorry. It won't let me move until I control the camera. Take a look at the panels to your left and right, and look at the stars.
Oh, they're doing a Halo thing. Oh my god.
How do we feel about like characters that have their idle animation be kind of like a jaunty dance? I think I'm always in favor.
In
Is that
favor.
not my idle animation right now?
Yeah, it's your idle animation.
Look, she's happy.
Hey,
Yeah,
did you guys hear when I called her
really,
loser
backfired
James?
on you guys.
That's
That's
pretty
really
funny.
good.
Yeah,
Got
I
him.
thought I got
Yeah.
her.
I remember Earthworm Jim 2, the idle animation was Jim running in place, and it was too much. It made me anxious.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yes.
Like, calm down.
Yeah. I'm Earthworm
shoot
Jim 2,
foam.
not a good game.
Well, it's not a bad game.
Why is the phone
It's just
white?
not a good game. Well,
Because it comes out of their bodies, Lucy.
what? It does?
I don't love that.
Yep, canonically.
explanation.
Why do you know
out
so
of
much about the
where?
Foam Stars lore?
One Lex Luddy shared that fact with me when I did not ask for it.
That's assault, Lexi.
It looks like some
It's
bubble
different in Ireland.
beasties are blocking the way.
Well, what could we
Okay, I've
possibly
got skills.
They really didn't release this on Steam? That's
This was
great.
PS5 exclusive, not even PS4, I believe.
Square Enix makes a lot of like really smart choices.
Yep.
Try out the second skill. Oh, I'm unstoppable. I'm unstoppable. People don't have game audio.
Yeah, we can't hear.
Oh, there we go.
You had to lower
Jan
it
is
for the
in.
Jan.
But also now I
Jan
can't
is
hear
in.
Discord because that is.
You can like put it somewhere between where we can just kind of hear the game, but you can hear us without it
Yeah.
blowing out
Is
your ears.
is that good right there?
That's pretty good.
Okay, I think that's
I
probably
think we
good
just
volume.
need a taste of Foam Stars.
Yeah, that's where you get in, chat. We're trying to work with the setup.
I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't paying attention to this.
Yeah,
Well,
you can like make a mound
I'll
of
foam
your
up.
white goo to get up there, I think.
Yeah, so it's not like Splatoon where you're painting the wall and then you swim up. No, the foam stacks.
Okay, well that checks out.
Can I say my like somewhat questionable joke that this reminds me of?
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking that as a yes.
Yes.
Why is it always white outside at Christmas time?
Why?
Because Santa's coming.
I hate that.
Oh god. I didn't realize you
Yeah,
could.
this- you know.
foam
Mike
board.
left. You killed Mike Minotti.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody.
Yeah, thanks to welcome to Skull and Foams.
Welcome to Skull and
Stylish
Foams.
slide.
I don't know what I
What
expect.
the hell is that? Hit your opponent repeatedly with R2 or skills and get them foamed up.
It is
And they wonder
surprising
why
that
this
was the
game
line.
didn't do so well. Whoa. When an opponent is foamed up, defeat them by slide kicking them with L2.
This game looking fun. Looks kind of cool.
Hey, what are we? Hey, it's free.
Yeah, I guess I should try it.
Go get it.
Well,
Oh wait, I'm on my.
is it
my-
now? Is it free now?
Yeah, I just grabbed it.
Okay, because very critically, it was not.
It wasn't.
It was a PlayStation Plus game, but no, it was a $40 PlayStation 5 exclusive.
Oh.
I should just play more Splatoon. That's what I should actually do.
Yeah, there's that roguelike DLC for Splatoon 3.
Yeah, I should play that.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's great.
You really should. Jeff, you should play Octo Expansion 2. It is. I've been saying this for a while. It's so Jeff Grubb.
I'm gonna get the Switch out and I'm gonna get that all ready to go.
Yeah, there you go.
What am I doing?
You're monkey balling.
That's cool.
That was pretty cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't get up there. All right. Can I? Ah!
If I've asked Jeff Beckler to join. If he doesn't join,
Then he
what do you think
hates
he's
me.
doing? What do you think he's doing? Because it's not work.
Meeting.
No.
No, the man lives as desk in meetings.
It is opening day. We know how much he loves baseball.
That's true.
Yeah,
Big baseball guy.
I'm trying to make a little thing for myself, like a little, like a little.
Oh yeah.
Little road to skate on.
Little
Oh, you
mound.
can't. Okay.
Oh, and on the red carpet.
Okay, let's go.
I find this lady's fashion sense. It's very good and it's intimidating.
Yeah,
sure.
Strong aura there.
Yeah. It's like every default outfit in Inzoi.
Right.
Which
Like I'm
is-
sitting here right now in my PAX East sweatpants and a Metroid graphic tee. I feel very bad.
I love that.
I'm wearing my my shirt that says "I know" on the back, and it has Han Solo and Leia on the front. And Steph's got a matching one that's white and says "I
you're
love
those
you"
two.
Cute.
on the back. We got him at Disney, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's the size that I'm wearing is kind of medium because it was the largest one they had, and so it's a little tight around the middle.
I got this Berserk shirt
Nice.
from
It is-
Uniqlo, Japan.
Berserk shirt. That has a nice ring to it.
A
Berserk.
Berserk
Berserk
A
shirt.
Berserk.
Berserk shirt.
Berserk shirt.
That's nothing.
Sounds like Zoot
Zoa.
Suit.
Is Zoa a name?
now.
Zoa? Isn't it the name
Zoa
of?
with an S. With an
Oh.
S.
Ugh.
Zoa.
Now Penny Gwyn, that's just not.
Penny Gwyn.
Yeah, because she's a penguin.
Oh shit!
No.
I never would have got that. Genuinely.
Oh. I bet these people are so mad. They're like, we did everything right. We made all the characters hot.
Wait, let me
I
get rid of my
honestly-
kit.
Only said PS5.
I do love the design of this game, and it had potential, but they absolutely killed it with the way they put it out. Like, it was dead on arrival.
Coffee guy?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
There's a Jan in here.
is Jan still controlling my?
If
Gotta
he
hit a
wants
high
to.
note.
Dan's always controlling us.
Yeah, he's the puppet master.
Damn real.
Tonics, Jet Justice. I want to be Penguin.
Penny Gwyn.
Penny Gwyn.
Penny Gwyn.
Oh, it's a surfing penguin like in Surf's Up?
Yeah, everyone surfs in here because that's like how you ride around the foam.
We all
Or
surf
the
down
Surf's
here.
Up direct-to-video sequel with all the WWE wrestlers in it?
What?
You don't know
The what
what
now?
I don't know about that. I know about Surf's Up, the Surfing Penguin movie, of course.
Yeah, Surf's
There's a
Up.
direct-to-video sequel with a bunch of wrestlers?
Yeah, Undertaker's in it. It's Surf's Up WrestleMania. What the hell is it called?
Is this around the same time they did that Scooby-Doo one?
Yeah,
Oh.
Surf's Up 2 Wave Mania 2016.
Surfs up to the streets. What am I doing here? What am I doing here? What's this penguin?
Penny Gwen.
Penguin. I mean sheep. Jesus Christ, what's the matter with me? What's happening?
I mean, that number's going up. That's
yeah,
good.
but what are the numbers
What
doing?
The numbers, Mason.
It looks like this is just a play for fun lobby while you join a game.
It is, yeah.
Oh wait, but I mean, I have a fear that no one's really gonna be playing this game.
Well, they won't play
okay.
to find out.
Join foam smash parties. I've read about those and fight it out with other players across the globe for fun.
This is gonna be bad if Lucy
You will
can't
be
find a match.
You will be marked as a beginner until you gain more experience. So basically, just put a target on my back.
Why don't we all just go play?
Yeah, just download it. Come on.
Oh yeah, can someone expense a PS5 for me, please? Thanks.
PS5's
Okay.
not plugged in.
Honestly, Sean, we should have by now, or at least a new computer.
Yeah, you don't say.
Listen, I don't control the strings.
Oh my god, Dietrich Bader is in Surf's Up 2 Wave Mania.
It won't let me do anything. Oh, there we go. Okay, up. Okay, sure. Smash the star, bro. Have some fun. All right. No. Oh wait, do I have to stand in here until it matches?
No, you clicked L3.
Oh, okay. God damn
Which
it.
is for some reason.
Oh, it still says I'm searching. How much of this can I foam up?
You foam up all the grid.
Oh!
It's
Whoa.
infinite, yeah.
Look at that. Made foam cover out of liquid. That's
Ah! Cool. Whoa! Wait, can I do moves? Can I do little...
Son of a biscuit.
what's wrong, Jeff?
I need a shovel and I don't have one.
For foam stars?
Oh, they sell those at lots of places.
Yeah, but you kind of where I live, you can only get them if they show up in the random seed of your life.
Okay.
Not like that.
Well, okay, wasn't taking it there either, but all right.
Shut up!
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Keep on a
Here we
match.
go!
Someone's playing foam stars.
Let's go!
Let's go! You better lock in Penny Gwyn before someone else takes them. There you go.
Holy shit!
Lucy, the game asked you a question. Are you ready for some fun?
I'm ready for some foam. Use a party popper. Wait. Oh, I don't have a party popper. Okay.
Oh, it's
Wait, I
XP
have
boosts.
No!
Let's go!
No. Oh. But that's okay. It happened once. It can happen again.
Okay. Press any button. Can't stop thinking. Okay. Wait, hold up. They have.
All right, Jan's downloading it. I'm downloading it. Give me a second.
They have near tie-in.
Everything has a near tie-in.
Yeah, 2Bs everywhere.
Oh, not 2B.
Would you like for me to go over Lucy James's Fancy Critic picks last year that got her into?
Yeah, I actually, this is one of the reasons I wanted y'all to come in here to help, like, kind of go over what happened last year, and then maybe we could do an update on what's happening in Fantasy Critics so far.
Because I'm
year.
actually paying attention this year.
Yeah, you're doing really well
I'm
this year.
third this year, and Bacalar has fucked himself with that Blueprints pick. That's gonna be such
Not
a
that we
sweet
would
game.
know.
Not that we would know. Not that we would know.
I'll be right back.
Well, there's that. There's Dan with the Metroid Prime 4 counter pick. Yeah, I'll wait for Jeff to come back before I really go.
Yeah, I was like, man, I have nothing. So how is someone below me? All right, it's Dan with the counter pick of Metroid Prime 4.
Right. I'll tell you what, Lucy. I mean, you only had one blank spot. You did draft more games than I thought. Actually,
Well, that's the thing,
Dan's
because-
the one who only drafted. I think when we did the draft and almost forgot about it. But a lot of his games actually came out.
That's the thing. Everyone is holding off on their release dates until GTA gets announced. So.
Right.
Yeah, and
I'm
I'm
also
holding off.
I'm also
I'm
saving
holding off
for.
getting anything until the Switch 2 Direct and everything. 'cause
And also
who
Summer Game
knows?
Fest.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
That's why I only have like half a list, and I think I'm probably gonna use my unconditional drop for that Pokemon game that's probably not coming out this year.
Yeah, I already counterpicked that one.
That was a good call.
Yeah.
Sometimes you take a shot, sometimes it doesn't land.
I'm rejected for first right now this year. I'm feeling pretty good. My one concern is Mina the Hollower not coming out because they still have not said anything about that game, which is weird.
Yeah, jokes aside, that is starting to feel a little
Hollow Knighty.
Say spoon heaven by default. Fucking A.
We just do that now. Everyone gets it.
A little Silk Song-esque, huh?
Yeah, a little Silk Song-esque.
Silk Song.
Well,
this is just taking longer than we thought.
Speaking of Silk Song, last year when we drafted, Lucy's #1 pick was Hollow Knight Silk Song.
Oh, that explains it.
I didn't understand the rules.
Well, to be fair, a lot of people thought that game was coming out last year.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder why they would have thought that.
Yep.
She rebounded a bit with the next pick, Rise of the Golden Idol, which got a average score of 85, so 15 points. Not bad.
A Lucy-ass game. Did I have Thank Goodness You're Here last year?
So you did not have Thank Goodness
You're
Here.
I'm such an idiot.
Durf got Thank Goodness You're Here.
Yeah, I was going to say that was Backlar.
Right.
Good call.
Your next game was Still Wakes the Deep, which 76, so you got 6 points from that. But then you actually picked Assassin's Creed Shadows last year. That game did get delayed.
Yeah.
So that didn't happen. And then you picked Foam Stars, which unfortunately got a 60 average score.
I've never listened to people, loads of people that I know played it at Summer Game Fest, and they were like, oh yeah, good buzz
I think
on Foam Stars.
It's a good Pepsi challenge game. I think the first taste is good.
I assume you didn't, you don't remember what happened, but I immediately said, you fool, and talked about how I played the beta, and was like, this game ain't great.
Some game called The Altars, which didn't end up coming out.
The Altars.
Oh, yeah.
So, that demo is unbelievably good.
That game looks cool.
Did I get it this year?
I don't know.
Let's see. Lucy James Games, Jam Hot Games.
Jam Hot.
Yes, you did.
Great.
Phoenix Springs got a 78 average score, so you got 8 points from that.
Yep.
Oh, Christ, Lucy.
Phoenix Springs, again, a great demo. Sadly.
You're off to maybe not a great start this year.
This year.
She's doing better this year than last year.
She's doing better,
though.
but you counterpicked Assassin's Creed Shadows.
The thing is that I think Assassin's Creed Shadows, again, don't want to be gauche, I think the demo of it was absolutely horrible. So based on what I played a few months ago, that was...
Also, there weren't a lot of there weren't a lot of good options for counterpicking. I counterpicked Grand Theft Auto 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you were second to last, that's why. Okay, that's better. That's better.
Matches happen. Okay, cool. Life is Strange Double Exposure was a disappointment. That only got a 71 score, so you only got 1 point from that.
Wait, did I pick that?
You did pick that last year. Then
last year.
You also got Aura History Untold. That was a 74, so only 4 points. And here's what really hurt you. Your first counter pick was Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero, which actually ended up doing pretty well with an 82. So you lost 12 points for that.
What was? Because the your mic cut out for me.
Oh, Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero.
Oh, because I had no idea what that is.
Yeah, and that was another one where Tam immediately went, "You fool!" and explained why you were wrong.
Yeah.
And then Stalker 2, this didn't hurt you too much. It got a 74, so you only lost 4.
Fat Ludacris used a party popper.
Hell yeah!
What a friend.
Okay.
Oh, hey, this is the first match you played.
Okay, keep defeating opposing players until a star player comes on the team. Okay.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of smash in here. The goal is to foam up enemies and then knock them out.
Okay.
Like physically out of the ring.
Are these my friends? Yes. Okay.
Yes. All the purple.
Yeah. You're the neon magenta and they're the neon cyan.
Oh yeah. Stop following me. Stop following me. No. I have no clue what is happening.
It's a lot of foam.
What the hell is happening?
It's very busy.
What I love about this is that the people who are still playing Foam Stars right now are probably so hardcore about it.
Guys, am I purple or am I blue? Am I purple or am I blue?
You're purple.
Okay, I'm attacking the blue. Ah!
Yeah.
Gotta say, it was funny just to picture the person that's obsessed with Foam Star still. I'm sorry, but it is.
I mean,
I bet they do not look like a Foam Stars character.
No.
They look like Luda, apparently.
This game is very bright.
Yeah, isn't it great?
What is happening?
Well, Jiminy Christmas.
Can I not slide on?
Look out! Look out for the sheep!
You can't slide on enemy foam.
Oh,
so you
okay,
would,
so it
you
is
do get
a little.
what's coming at your
Okay,
feet.
right. Okay.
There's a little Splatoon in there, yeah.
Someone doesn't know their war history. Of course, you can't slide on enemy foam.
Dude, I can't see. I feel.
Yeah, no one can see anything. This is crazy.
Yeah.
It's like this looks like a dev mode.
Yeah. It's aesthetically pretty, I think. It's just way too much going on.
It's a lot.
Please.
I don't know how you mitigate it necessarily. Yeah, it's weird that, Splatoon, despite being on much weaker hardware, is more readable than this.
Yeah. Well, because this is one of those cases where they clearly just felt the need to be different, and so they're like, well, instead of like gliding around on the ground, let's make it vertical instead.
Do you think Splatoon 3 gets some kind of Switch 2 update, or are they just gonna wait for Splatoon 4?
You mean like graphical or content?
Like a little bit of both. Like a bit of like relaunch.
I mean, my prediction for like Switch 2 versions of games, patches and stuff, is that they're either gonna do like sweeping, where all the big Nintendo games get like minor updates to run better, or it's just like nothing at all. It's just just.
Did I get a guy?
Dynamic res is there.
You may have gotten somebody. Oh, it's the enemy Penguin.
Oh yeah, so I'll press triangle. Okay, yeah.
Oh, where are we dropping?
Oh, do you have your ultimate?
Oh, yeah, you do.
Oh, this will be great.
Bounce ball, right?
You see blue. Oh,
I got a trophy.
Oh
for
no,
that.
you have Giant Penguin.
okay, that's good.
Ah!
That reminds me of Pen Tricelon or whatever that was called.
Victory's nearly within my flippers.
You're always saying that, Lucy.
That's like my
You won!
classic phrase. Oh,
Hey!
I'm in the Foam Stars Glorious Party in Bath, Vegas.
Did you have fun, Lucy?
I kind of did.
You sat down at this game field and you can't really ever play it anymore.
I'm playing it right now. Oh, I didn't get MVP. But that freaky.
Wait a second. Is that character a Lamb Chop sing-along reference with the puppet Lamb Chop?
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what they were going for.
Lamb Chop underwear.
Yeah, special pair that you can wear from Fruit of the Loom.
Yep. Guys,
What'd I get?
we're not insane. This is a normal thing.
Check participants. What does that mean? I want to see the score sheet. I got 4 chills. Slide save. I got chilled twice. Longest chill run, 3.
Let me pick up the dynamite.
I just got a great message from Jake Baldino. I see you locked the fuck in on Foam Stars.
Hey, message him back and ask him if he wants to play Tony Hawk's American Wasteland with us in a couple of weeks.
Do you want to play?
Tell him I said, hey.
Of weeks. Mike Minotti says hi.
No, hey.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Look, I wasn't going to say anything.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. 9S and 2B are just there, huh?
Yeah. It's square, yeah.
What the hell? What the hell is this? What the hell is this?
What is this?
Microtransaction!
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what's free?
Man.
What's
Pounds?
Free?
Yeah, because I have a
Pounds.
British account, man.
Oh, my word.
Okay, go away. Go away! Oh my god!
Fine then.
Okay,
Well, Lucy, they only got $40 out of you, They need to get a little bit more.
they got $0 out of me. It's free. Why is that so low res? Why is that in like 720p?
Yeah, there's something happening there.
Go away. Go away.
Got back. Do I need to go away or stay? God.
There you go.
Just
Let's get wild together. Right? Here we go.
I do like.
I pressed triangle. Oh, yeah, okay.
Jeff, what's the name of that penguin racing game on Dreamcast? Pen Trisolar?
Pin Triathlon. Ooh, is it triathlon? Pin.
No, triathlon is right.
Triathlon.
Triathlon.
Okay.
I'm
This guy sounds like a little pervert.
Yeah. Oh, I enjoy this.
I'm going to enjoy this. Are you guys downloading?
Yeah, I am down. Wait, I started downloading and the PlayStation broke. Give me a second. It won't take long.
Oh, convenient.
I do not have my PlayStation set up on my new capture
Oh,
card
convenient.
Yet.
I want to play Phone Star
I kinda
so
don't want
bad.
I'm just thinking out.
I'll get you.
Look, I wasn't last place in Fantasy Critic. I do not need to play Foam Star.
Don't you want to play with your good friend and enjoy this?
Mike's like, oh, Lucy. I regret to inform you.
No friendship is worth this. What the hell is
Just stream it over the PlayStation Cloud.
Perfect.
I have to say, the pink foam does look like the tastiest. It reminds me of cotton candy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is this?
Germs, fall into my trap.
Yeah, this guy's no good.
What the hell is this?
Oh, okay. Jan's doing the tutorial. You said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Danny, get the thing.
Catch my drift.
Okay, cool.
You know what? I'm gonna.
I don't think Grub is downloading this.
I am downloading it, but I'm also not like super paying attention. It says, it says 30 minutes left, so maybe not.
Damn, how big is Foam Stars?
Yeah,
18 gigs.
Yeah, it's 19 gigs. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What are these guys? These little
traps, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Does
And then
he,
what? You cover them up.
Yeah.
Ah.
I know there's a wipe, like if you want to clear all this. I don't remember how you do it. It might be
I don't
from
want to do that.
Laws.
I don't want to lose my work. I've put a lot into this.
Yeah, you've earned this.
I've earned something.
Is that a fucking joke?
Didn't I get the lockpick? What the?
You'll see.
Lockpick?
Yeah, the lockpicking foam stars.
Yeah, for my home. Listen, I don't know how you open locks in your place of living, your domicile.
Jump scared.
Yeah, I tried to like style it out, but I get jump scared all the time. Is Fat Ludicrous with us? Yeah, he is.
Hell yeah.
Oh, hey, look at that. This is probably the same squad.
100%. I want to foam up.
Yo, look at that big old sheep.
How do you do that? Oh.
It's like emote things, yeah.
Yeah.
Corella DeVille?
Yeah, like
Oh, she's
common
gonna visit my
San Diego.
cafe later today.
Oh no, I accidentally swapped.
I don't like the way Mike said that.
Yeah.
Ew. You slide much faster on your own team's foam than on that of your rivals. Cross-stitch that and hang it up in my toilet. Am I right?
I think that's in Leviticus. In the
Yeah,
Bible.
I think that was Marcus Aurelius who said that.
Yeah, right. You're absolutely meditations. Yeah.
Why did the voiceover like give up there? He went, "Let's make this party a good one."
He knows what he's doing.
He knows.
He saw the sales numbers.
Yeah, the money gave out right at that moment.
Whee! Oh, okay. I didn't realize I changed it to this guy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're the germ dude.
No, I'm the shotgun man.
Oh, okay.
Damn it. damn it.
What's wrong?
I'm just I'll
Just
reach the
vibing?
dead end of my home. Yeah.
Jeff, are you playing another game?
I don't think he's
No.
playing Foam Stars, if that's what we're saying.
Well, I'm just working on improving my house. I don't get your accusatory tone
I got him!
there.
I got one!
Oh, there you go.
I got a
Hey,
chill!
One chill. One chill. Get more chill. Get a double chill.
Double chill. Come here.
Triple chill. Oh, look out. That giant ball.
Bacalar says, sorry, I can't.
Wow.
Yeah, checks out.
Wow.
No! Let's go!
Report it. We can fix it. They need this.
Yeah, report it. Do your duty as a real 100% true gamer.
What the?
Incredible.
Wait, we go again.
Yes,
We
don't let
go
the game win.
again.
28 minutes left for me.
We are 2/3 of the way through the stream, and Lucy has played count them, one match.
I'm amazed that it even connected at all.
Yeah,
But
fair.
at the same time, what did we have? A disconnected, a crash.
Can we party up at all?
Yeah, are you?
You have to
are
be
you
able to
in?
party up.
I think so.
Are we pals on PSN?
I don't think so.
Let me text.
Is it
ya.
your usual thing?
No, it is. I think. Hang on. Let me just go to. Oh,
Hit shift tab.
Huh?
Shift tab. What about no tabby touchy?
What the hell does that
That's
mean?
true. That's their new motto.
Yeah.
I was saying that.
At
all
least
the
I
time.
think that's my. Wait, I can't even see.
Oh man, Jeff, I'm looking at your fancy character last year. I forgot, I forgot Mario and Luigi Brothers ship came out, right? I forgot
Yeah.
that happened. I was like initially so excited for it. They kind of ended up being a little bit of a nothing burger.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh, this is kind of sad to look at. Because it's not that I haven't used my PlayStation in over a year. I have. I'm never online. But like 604 hours into Overwatch.
On PlayStation, wow.
Yeah, I know, but like add another 500 on PC.
Personal computer?
PC.
On
Oh, wow.
personal computer. Jen,
Wow.
I texted you the.
I cannot add you due to your privacy setting.
Oh, okay. Then what is yours?
A good question. What is?
Can I just
Good question.
search? Maybe we have mutuals.
Search just my name.
I just searched for Jan.
Someone will pop up.
Yeah, just play with a Jan.
Yeah. I mean, how many could there be, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I found my name.
It really wants us to play with Ben Janko.
Sent it to you.
Okay. How do I just see the Ava media without the...
What's that?
How do I... Jan, do you mind if I add you on... I can't get the PlayStation screen up. Oh, I can. There we go. I found it. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
If you go into, if you turn into studio mode, you can have a second.
Yeah.
Game is kind of fun, yo.
What is?
I'll find out in 24 minutes.
The hell you will. Jan, is your picture a...
Ping pong paddle.
Okay. A ping pong paddle.
Yeah.
All right.
For-
I can't
remember
add you
when I
because
was
of
on
your
a-
privacy settings. Let me change mine.
Yeah.
Just exchange friend codes.
It's so easy.
It's so easy. No. The thing is that mine is like this because of
media reasons.
Yes.
Because you're a terrorist secretly, so you gotta. Yeah.
No, those are my reasons, Gruff.
Oh, okay.
Users and accounts, privacy, view and customize. Yeah, choosing a profile. Okay, right. I'm friend focused. Jan, now you add me.
A copy.
Okay.
Is it really called friend focused?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Hello?
Maybe. Oh,
Help?
Game Breaking News, my first show.
Hey.
Oh, reminds me, I put up a poll, Jeff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You put up the poll or a poll?
The poll.
They
I mean,
can
we're
hear
calling
us.
it the poll because no one else came up with a poll.
All right.
Hello?
Uh,
Well, everything crashed. And OBS crashed so badly that we can't reopen it without having to reset this PC.
So we're gonna end the show.
It's
We
not
gave up.
us. It's you.
Yeah, you guys don't like us enough.
Stream, man.
You owe us Skull and Bones still. We'll do it when it's more
I
appropriate.
have it downloaded. Maybe we could do it on Friday.
Yeah, maybe we could fit that into the UPF or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll see
I'll
how
download it at home.
we'll see how much juice we get out of me dealing drugs. Although that's cooperative, so if anyone else wants to play Schedule 1 with me, they should.
I was gonna say, as someone who has some international travel coming up, maybe I don't play the drug game with you.
No.
Easy game.
All right.
Well-
Lucy,
Yeah,
you can
so-
sign off and we'll start the
Wait, so
dump
the
truck
truck is back?
early?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, everyone, I'm sorry that this is how it ends. No, so yeah, so what? The game we couldn't get in. Couldn't finish that game. I feel real bad for
Look,
saying
you
for
played
laying down
Foam
Fat
Stars.
Ludicrous. I did play Foam Stars.
You
I got
satisfied
trophies
your
in-
punishment, half of it.
I got trophies in Foam Stars, and so it is.
Damn,
you know,
that's real.
Yeah.
Hey, that's commitment to the bit. I got trophies, and yeah. Well, we'll play Skull and Bones another time. Maybe Friday.
won't.
Yeah, we will. I have
No,
it.
she
I
has-
added
she
it to
has
my
to.
account.
Oh, I thought you meant
I've
I thought you said
expensed
Foam Stars. I thought you meant we were gonna play Foam Stars
never.
again. I was like, no, we're not.
it. Sorry, who updated the thing on the Giant Bomb?
Oh,
chat
hi.
to-
Hello.
to Lucy's leaving. All right. I guess we'll go into voicemail dump truck.
Yep.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Grub wave. Just keep waving.
What is up, dumpers? Welcome to the voicemail dump truck, your favorite podcast that always is just about voicemails. It's a phone to call-in show where nothing weird happens. We answer your questions about motor vehicles, and which Toyota Corolla is the one that you should buy. And with me, as
Sean,
always,
how many calls were about Mike's penis?
Oh, yeah, we'll cover that in a second. There's been a recurring thing about this man's penis here. That's
I haven't even,
about his
I haven't even
Like, listen.
actually met him yet.
Well,
we'll get around you, Mike.
We'll get
They've
around.
given me a primer, and I've heard it's a Rexer, so I'm
That's good. That's good.
The voices that you hear are the standard ones, and then another one. Jeff Bacalar, who I am obviously, is unavailable today. He said he, quote, didn't wanna. So here I am. It's Nikki Grayson.
He doesn't know wrestling and doesn't respect wrestling, so we didn't invite him. He's the normal host. He's not
Yeah, he's not on here. So it's me, Nikki Grayson, as always.
I'm sure he had some much more higher pursuit that he had to do right now. That was just,
hockey.
Yeah,
It's a hockey
I get
thing.
it. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the
Hockey.
head trauma makes people make bad decisions.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
of course,
exactly.
Yes. I can.
And he's from New
I made a
Jersey,
few
so,
myself.
yeah.
You know. Here we are, right?
We've got Mike Minotti. Hello,
Hi,
Mike.
it's me, Mike Minotti. I'm here. Hello. Hi.
How are you?
Mike, say your catchphrase. You're not a CTE guy. Come on, man.
We've got
that's taken.
We've got Jeff Grubb here also on the program. We have Dan Reichert here.
That's me. Hello. Hi.
And we have international megastar.
Yes.
Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, star. Twisted Metal, star. Television's AEW, star.
Feeling good, guys. Keep going.
A man who can
Former
walk away
champion,
from
former
any
AEW champion.
former AEW world champion. Guy that can walk away from other guys when they try to hit him.
Two-time Square Cow Fun Bar karaoke champion.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Whatever
Yeah.
whatever
Okay. We
Samoa
should've
Joe
led-
just said,
Yeah.
Samoa Joe.
King of the Black Angus, right here. You know.
Welcome to the program.
Thank you. Good, great to be here.
Joe, what's your go-to song for karaoke?
I don't. You know, I'll tell you. There's a good one. Anything from Cake, you can actually not sound completely horrible and get yourself.
Oh, sure.
through.
That's smart.
So
Oh,
that's a
that's
good
a
tip.
good
That's a good tip for you guys. You know, like the half rap, half sing. Yeah, get good Cake song. Everybody loves it.
Do you believe a couple of weeks ago I had a great idea on this program where I said that we need to get rid of most karaoke songs.
Yeah.
By which I mean we just need to make them shorter. We don't need to have the
Yeah.
full 3.5 minute version of a song. They should probably be 90 seconds maximum.
Yeah, no
Where do you-
musical bridges. You should get like 2 sets of lyrics, your favorite ones, and you should be up and out.
This
And it
man's-
should be a medley.
this man's
You know what I
fucking
mean?
on it.
No guitar solo.
Yeah.
No guitar solos. You know.
Last night,
Just
I
the baby
took-
got back part.
Yeah.
Yes. I took Evil Uno and Serpentico to a dive karaoke place right around here called the Vegas Lounge. I think we're going back again tonight. So if you want to try to win the championship there, yes.
Here we go.
How's everybody doing on this fine normal day of recording, Wednesday at 2:30 p.m.?
Yeah.
I got a robot lawnmower. I've been talking about it a lot, but it's been kind of a process setting it up.
What did you have to do?
Well, first you had to connect it to satellites. which I wasn't certain. Yeah, Nikki Grayson, please.
Hey, that's fucking stupid. It's a lawnmower.
Well, here's the thing. The alternative, the reason my wife got this for me for my birthday, and the reason she got this one instead of another kind is apparently all the other robot vacuum cleaners, or lawnmower, I keep saying that, lawnmower, you have to put a wire under your lawn like it's a dog with the invisible fence.
What is the benefit to this? Why are you like, what is this making
He
your
doesn't have
life
to cut the
easier?
grass now.
I don't have to push a lawnmower around now. The robot can
if
do
you
it.
want your lawn cut shittily for free, just have a kid. I mean, that's just the easiest thing to do.
This is a very good, but apparently kids are not working around anymore. These kids, they don't want to do child labor. I find that very frustrating, personally. So I like the robot enough, but it's been set, like the setup process has caused it to mow one half of the backyard repeatedly, and then it gets stuck, and I have to do something to fix it. And then it's like, well, I forgot what I was doing, so I'm going to start over from the beginning and mow the first half of the backyard again. And we're on like round 3 of that right now. So
where does the grass go?
So there is, so it does have a thing where I haven't set it up yet. It's like a sweeper function where it will suck up the stuff and then go to a base station, and then the base station will suck up the stuff. And then so it'll go back out there and be free to suck up more stuff.
Oh, you don't need
right
to
now,
do
though.
that. I haven't bagged grass or sucked it up in forever. The grass just goes on the ground where it was in the first place. It's happy there.
So the first cut of the year, you probably want it to actually like to deal with the clippings, but for the rest of the year, smaller clippings, it's good for the lawn. It's good for it.
I like that.
Yeah,
Joe, do you mow your own grass?
No, I don't.
Yeah. You in Florida?
Yeah. It's too god awful hot, and there's actually a nice guy who does all the houses and everything. And he kind of strong armed me into it. He's like, I do everybody's grass around here.
It'd be a shame if something happened to this lawn.
It was a nice 62-year-old man came up to my house and shook me down to be part of the lawn service. So
okay,
I'm in.
That's how they get you.
What percent of wrestlers would you say live in Florida? Of like national television?
No, it's just all the tax havens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you all have the same house. I don't know if yours is this way, where it's a nice house and then there's a pool with the covered glass.
Oh, absolutely.
You got that?
Oh,
Okay.
dude, you guys are missing out. You have these mosquito screens that they got out here in Florida. Next level technology.
Yeah.
Fun all year round. No critters.
I like
no
West Nile personally.
I've been hearing the sirens call to Florida. Every Ohioan eventually just goes to Florida when they hit like 65. And I'm a bit away from there, but I hear the song, right? It's calling to me. I'm going to be making my way down there sooner rather
You're
than
in your
later, I think.
30s.
I know, but like, it's not like a loud song, but there are some notes.
There's some notes that you're getting through a wall, through another building.
M-I-C.
So Joe, I need to get your thoughts on this. So one, Mike Minotti here, the one whose penis we will be covering in a moment. He is an avowed Disney adult.
Oh, yes.
And I know among wrestlers,
One of those.
Yeah, there are plenty of those in the wrestling world. What are your thoughts on the Disney?
Well, let me give you a little background. I actually have extensive history with Disney. My father opened up the Tejan Terrace in the original Disneyland. I grew up most of my life backstage at the Disneyland Park, and my family's been heavily involved with the company at various times in my life. And
cool.
I can say one thing, being a part of that company and seeing how it's grown over the years, that there is nothing sadder in this world than you Disney adults and your constant patronage to the company. Because we make it for the kids, right? Like we're trying to give the kids good memories, and then the adults are in there like, move, it's me and my special time. And it's just, it's sad and it's a sickness. And it's just at some point, I really hope the state of Florida does something to address it, because that's where most of you do end up coming down and living in your
some
cults.
sort of work release program where maybe they can make up for their crimes by improving the parks themselves.
I mean, Mickey ears might as well be an application to join the Hell Bop Club, because I mean, it's a cult.
What would the Disney Kool-Aid taste like, Mike Minotti? What kind of
flavor?
That sounds good.
Yeah.
I might be on board.
It's not cool like wrestling adults, right?
No, wrestling adults. Not cultish at all.
No.
Salt to the earth.
The coolest folks.
Yeah.
Right?
Super
There's not even
rational takes. Some of the most rational takes you'll ever hear.
Yeah. There's no chanting.
No.
No.
No merchandise buying.
No merchandise. None of that stuff.
Which fandom do you think is more obnoxious? Let's rate them, best to worst, from hardcore gamers, adult wrestling fans, and Disney adults. What's the best?
Can we throw anime nerds in there for fun too?
You're all four.
Like you're talking about which one's the worst?
The most obnoxious.
I know which one's the saddest.
Oh, which one?
Well, that'd be the Disney.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Do I look sad to you?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's happy.
Look how happy I am.
He's so happy.
Counterpoint to all that thing about how it's for the kids. Fuck them kids.
See the viciousness? That's what they really are.
The kids aren't paid for a cent of any of that.
They're vicious kid
burying their
assaulters,
fangs.
You know, like they're just
like salivating. Like, get out of the way. It's a
we're
fireworks
gonna-
show about
we're gonna rip
cartoons.
off
I
the-
need to
we're
watch
gonna rip
this.
off the mask. I can tell you that much right now. It's all gonna come
The
out.
dark truth is coming out of here.
Okay, here we go.
Wait, should we? Okay, one thing we do whenever we introduce people to Mike Minotti is we try to. We explained he goes by a name online, his handle, and we want to see if people can guess it and then see how they react when they hear it.
Okay.
So, Mike, what is your handle that you've used for a long time online?
Tolkoto.
Tolkoto. What do you think?
When you find out what this means, don't sugarcoat your reaction. Just give us your
just
real
the
raw
clean-
emotion.
Maybe it means
Tolkoto.
nothing to him. Maybe it means nothing to Joe. I don't know.
At this point, it means nothing, but I have a feeling it's going to make me a lot. It's going to make me very disappointed here in a second. So we're at nothing.
Yeah,
we're at nothing.
I have
Dan,
a
do you
feeling
want to
we're
explain
heading
it?
to disappointment.
Could go down
but
from
I
here.
don't know. Yeah, we could be like it could be high five territory. This can go a lot of ways, and I'm kind of excited about it.
Don't get
It's not going to be high five territory.
Yeah, put the hand away.
Yeah, it's a portmanteau. Is that the phrase, Joe?
That's the phrase.
Yes.
Yeah, portmanteau.
Of the man who created Lord of the Rings, J.R.R. Tolkien, and the man who created Mario, Shigeru Miyamoto, Tolkien, Miyamoto, Tolkoto.
Well, folks, it was awesome having Samoa Joe on the
this was
podcast.
awesome.
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
I cannot wait to do this never again.
Here's the pitch. Here's the pitch, though. Here's the pitch, though. Tolkoto, Samoa Joe, Tolkojo.
It's the tag team.
Whatever it keeps
Do you have you want a lawyer you want us to call or anything? Yeah.
Yeah, and you did the pineapple thing, and that made it so much more visually worse. I just
It's coming together.
you put my Joe in a Colto, and I didn't like it.
You want your Joe out of the Koto.
Joe must be free.
That's fair. Well, folks, obviously this is a call-in show. 707 exit flu is the phone number that you can call to leave us a voicemail about anything. We asked you very kindly to be chill and normal and not a fucking mark in the voicemail mailbox.
That's a list.
And we'll see how it went. I don't know. We haven't listened to him yet. So, Joe, would you like to take the honors and go first?
So choose one of these. The top one is that, and then you can pick any of these here.
Let's go cookie dough.
Cookie dough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One.
So, did you guys know that you could just microwave some cookie dough? And it's like hot raw cookie dough. So it's pretty. Cool. It's pretty cool.
Hey, you know what?
Have some right now.
It's Americans like you that make this country great, and I appreciate that call.
It's pretty good.
I would have not known that cookie dough got hotter in the microwave.
Yeah, thanks for telling us.
If I know we were talking to these kind of casts, I would have brought my notebook.
Yeah.
It's like
This is the dynamism that makes America great.
It's like using ChatGPT. This is crazy,
Yeah.
boys. This is
Okay.
hot cookie dough.
Is it melted?
I mean, he just said it was hot cookie dough, so it's still the same exact form, just warmer. Now, I want to be clear. I am worried that I'm going to try this and like it a lot.
You're going to get
eventually,
so sick.
You'll just cook the cookie dough eventually in the microwave.
Yeah, but is it going to rise? Because it's like, doesn't the microwave like kind of destroy the water?
It's just going to fall apart. It's going to get liquidy and gross and runny. Because it's too much heat. It's too much heat too fast. You can't bake in the microwave.
I'm going to do this tonight.
Would it be a liquid? Like, would you eat this with a spoon, or would you put it in a glass?
No, I think it's still going to be mostly.
I don't think it's going to liquefy.
Why would it liquefy?
It's just
the water's
going
going to get hot.
I think it's just going to be a really bland, like in terms of color. It's not going to take on that golden brown look. I think it's just going to be a cookie.
This is psychosemantic, guys. Let's be honest. This is you realizing you're the guy eating raw cookie dough, and I'm like, oh, but I microwaved for 30 seconds, so I'm not a piece of garbage. So that's this is what this is.
It's that's the thing.
Technically, I cook.
Yeah, this is better than the cavemans could have done.
Yeah.
So I am a civilized man. Yeah.
When did they? Wait, cavemen didn't have cookies, obviously. When were cookies like? When do you think the first cookie was?
Dan, do you think Jesus Christ had a cookie?
They've taught me on the show recently that like certain crops are like only in certain regions. Yeah. So like we were talking about like in like
They've
Jesus
taught
times, like he
me
never had a
recently.
tomato or something. Like did Jesus
He did,
never have a
corn was
tomato?
the one you're upset about. You're upset at the idea that Jesus never ate corn.
Okay, so let me ask this, Samoa Joe. Do you think like Julius Caesar ever had corn on the cob?
No.
Why?
Crops weren't around.
And you knew this before this just now?
Yeah.
What crops do you think were around back then?
Well, probably like simple weeds, bulgurs, stuff like that.
What the fuck is a bulgur?
Stuff that was like native to the land.
And corn's not.
No.
I just corn feels like it should be ancient and everywhere.
Yeah,
it
is.
It's
just not there.
It's
Just not there.
It's ancient.
Joe, here's the thing. I know like two things basically. I know wrestling and I know video games.
Yeah.
And then
Listen,
I've learned a lot.
I knew that when you took this job so many years ago.
Cookies
I've
dropped
learned
in
a
the
lot today.
7th. Cookies dropped in the 7th century.
Oh.
Really?
When was Caesar?
Long
Zero
before
century.
that.
Yeah, way before.
So
Century
Caesar
one.
never had a cookie?
No.
Caesar never had a cookie. He probably had unleavened bread that maybe sometimes had some sugar in it.
Maybe some sugar on it.
But that's about as close as he got.
Cora does have a question here. Would Jesus Christ have loved Oreo cookies?
Yeah.
And
everybody does.
I think so. Yes.
I don't think that's question. Yeah.
I think everybody would. Yeah.
I think so too.
What would the Julius Caesar themed flavored Oreos taste like? Like stale red wine?
Yeah.
Sounds great.
What's backstabbing taste like? Yeah, I don't know.
Tastes like disappointment in your friends. That's what it tastes like.
E2
You had the Post
cookie.
Malone Oreos? They've been trying the Post Malone Oreos.
Yeah.
They're not hot on it. Have you had them?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I had the Coke ones, which were more of a novelty than good.
Okay.
Did you taste the Oreo Coca-Cola?
Yeah.
Did you like that?
I could have one or two. I don't think I could eat a bunch of them. Like, just it's too weird.
But not
I
the
don't think they're
Oreos
good.
that taste like
No,
Coca-Cola.
the
but
Coca-Cola
the
that tastes like Oreos.
Oh no, I've had that too. Yeah, we did both here actually at a show. Somebody brought both.
Oh, really?
We did like
that was a party, Joe.
Yeah, it was wild. It was like me, Renee Young, a couple other people were there.
I didn't know you got down. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, y'all get down.
It's like the Wild West. This is what like Taker and those guys were doing in the early 90s. Yeah. I've heard those stories. Yeah.
And then we crushed it up and
hey, next
family show.
Got real weird.
Mike, you want to hit us with the next voicemail? You want to pick it?
Yes. I will like to pick Gosh.
Can y'all do a live show in Denver so I can meet people and have friends? Gosh. Fuck.
I'll answer this. Yes, we are coming to Denver as soon as possible.
Giant Bomb or
Giant Bomb is coming to Denver. I, as a obviously official spokesperson of the program, I'd like to let you know that no cost will be spared. We're going to spend tons of money. Everybody's fine on business.
Fantastic.
We're getting the best hotel.
Like a business?
Because our guys deserve it. And I don't know. We might do the whole 2 weeks, maybe the whole month in Denver. Just depends on how much the mansion that we're going to rent is going to cost us. So we're still figuring out.
The mansion. Oh, I was thinking we do Red Rock.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
We'll show it to the expense people and everything. And Joe said it, so we're good. Yeah.
Can I get a retro tink?
Yeah.
Do you think anyone has done a podcast at that Red Rocks amphitheater, that outdoor amphitheater in the
That building is
mountains?
gorgeous.
sure.
Podcast at Red Rocks. I'm looking it up.
I saw
Good
some concerts
acoustics.
there. It's really amazing. Yes.
It is.
It's, yeah.
You love Denver,
They've
Jeff.
done.
Yep.
It seems
I
like
miss it a lot.
last podcast on the left has done an episode there.
Interesting.
They did in
No.
2021.
So, Joe, you've just given us, permission or demand to go to Colorado.
Yeah.
I want to ask permission on behalf of this podcast here. We talk about wrestling a lot,
Sure.
and it really annoys our audience when we use, shoot, work, things like that.
Yeah.
And so we did have Jeff Jarrett on here about 6 months ago or so, and he said we're good to keep doing that. We're just kind of trolling the audience. Can we use the insider terminology?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
absolutely.
All right. If there was any question,
because soon the world will learn that everything's a work, and
Yes.
I mean,
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
What it really is when you learn the lingo, what you really it's like when you find out about the Matrix and you take the right pill. You know what I'm saying?
No,
like you
sure.
realize
yes.
it's all a work, Daddy. And then when
It's
I hear
all a
people
work.
say that, I go, hey, listen. This guy's unplugged. He knows what's up.
So no comments can ever complain about that ever again because
No.
Samoa Joe just gave us permission.
It's a work shoot world.
But no, I will say this: nobody in the comments, you're all not allowed to use it now because you're horrible, and that's wrong. That you persecute my boys like
Got
this.
him.
Well, they're a bunch of marks.
Y'all bad.
Got him.
Yeah.
I catch any of y'all on the street talking about kayfabe is gonna be an issue. Man, there's a perch flying around. Damn it!
I like this. Yes, excellent.
Is there anything in Denver that you wouldn't eat? So you've entered the city of Denver, Colorado, and
Yellow
they're like,
snow.
someone is like, yellow snow. Nice, Mike. It's fucking funny, dude.
I just ground you to a halt.
Never mind, dude.
I'm great
actually,
at
I
this
need you to
show.
complete the thought because I don't understand what you're talking
The
about.
thought was like, is there a flavor of cuisine that you would be like, I think I'm Gucci on this?
Sushi?
Like,
No,
yeah,
but
so
I go
fish
to Kansas.
for me, I
had
think is
sushi
the
in
move.
Kansas, you know?
Yeah, I have a rule about fish and a certain amount of distance from the ocean.
From the ocean.
And,
Sure.
Yeah, I ain't getting a lot of Midwest sushi. I'm not saying
But if it's like
bad.
a,
I'm just saying
if it's like a
little
major
far from the
metropolitan
source.
city, like if it like Chicago, I think you'd be okay because they probably are getting stuff
They're on
flown in
the
every day
lake.
to Chicago.
They got a lake
Well, they're on the
there.
lake. They could probably just have lake fish, sure. But yeah, I'm not going to get a lot of fresh fish in Cleveland here.
For the first 10
We have a
years
lake,
I ate
too.
sushi, it was
Yeah.
from a gas station in Kansas.
Oh,
Yeah, and I liked it. It was pretty good.
I know you did.
Yeah.
And-
Guess where the
I
only place I
figured you
ever
would.
ate sushi was?
Where?
It was in Walt
Disneyland.
Disney World.
Yeah.
Oh,
Was it good, Mike? Did you like it?
No, I don't know what I was expecting from sushi, but you know, it did feel and taste like raw fish.
Weird.
Yeah, that's because
It could have been worse.
oh, yeah, pretty much encapsulated it.
Yeah, I think that was it.
Find it.
There was some rice involved. Sometimes they had the
Yeah.
seaweed. I'll tell you what,
They
the
do that.
seaweed was a no-go. The seaweed was a big no. I could do the raw fish again sometime. I don't understand the seaweed aspect of it.
So, to give you another education on Mike Minotti here,
Yeah,
I'm kind
I'm
of
learning
weird
so much
food
about
and
him.
stuff. Yeah, we haven't even got to his penis yet. He has a phobia of fruits. So, like apple is a big one for him. Like he'll leave the room if there's like an apple.
I was eating
The
an
old
apple
Cinderella
at my
syndrome,
house.
or was it Snow White syndrome?
Oh yeah. Yes.
I was eating an apple at my house on a video call, and Mike had to get up and leave the room about it.
It was disgusting.
Is it the aesthetic? Is it the crunch and the bite and the whole
The
nine?
wetness, right?
It's that is such a big part of it, Joe. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's everything. It's that stank that's on all of them. Yeah,
What do you
the
mean by
watery
that?
bits and all the fibery parts and those two little stupid seeds in there, or however many seeds there are. Why are they hiding the seeds? Why are the seeds so small?
It's not a
doesn't make
conspiracy. They're
You know what I love is that he's describing a specific apple that fucked up his life so many years ago. That two-seeded red skin
old two-seed
with all the
bastard.
fiber and that shit. Like
God.
every apple has to take the hit for that one apple that like choked him when he was 3.
They really have patched apples, though, is the thing. They're
Yeah.
so
Yeah, they got
much
rid of the
better.
seeds.
We're on like 2.7 at this point, dude.
Dude.
It's like,
Cosmic
Yeah.
Crisp goes crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
He's
those
right about
fuckers
that.
are wet. They're wet.
yeah, they are juicy.
Okay,
Oh,
this
they
is
were.
This is just branding. We're calling them like Cosmo Kramer apples.
It is.
Now,
It
as
literally
opposed
is
to
the Coca-Cola of apples. That's
Yes.
literally. You know why they do that? Because they tried to patent the apples, but it's like they take 20 years to grow, and that's how long a patent lasts. So they just came up with trademarks instead. And so when you go to the store, you're like, I'm going to get that one, and that's how they got around that. That
An apple
actually
takes
is a
20
conspiracy.
An apple takes 20 years to grow? That seems...
An apple tree takes
yeah.
20 years to grow.
Okay, that makes more
The
sense.
tree.
Yeah.
So by
Okay.
the time
Yeah.
that they would be able to start growing them, the copyright or the patent
I
would be,
see.
Yeah.
would be
Okay.
over.
We need
You
to get some of
go-
that high-end Japanese fruit that, is guaranteed to be delicious. Maybe that'll
Yeah.
win.
They have like different fruits over there.
Square
What they only see in like
watermelons.
Animal Crossing. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I just thought about this. It's weird because like I love cinnamon. I've probably eaten way more tree bark in my life than like tree fruits at this point.
Tree fruits, man. Just loose tree bark. Just walking into the park.
I'd rather gnaw on the bark at this point than stick an apple in my mouth.
Okay, so we're walking into any park in this great nation that has no problems. And I have in one hand 5 grapes. And in the other hand, I give you a pocket knife. And I say, go get some wood from a tree.
Go scrape some bark.
You would rather go get wood from a tree and eat that than the 5 grapes?
I'm not going to be ridiculous here because, like, not all wood is cinnamon, right? I don't know how
That's so true, Mike. That's really true.
Most wood is cinnamon, but not all.
The grapes I can just kind of force down without chewing, so it won't be good. And I might
Just loosen the throat and just pour the grapes down there.
I just don't want to have to chew them and get the water out. I don't want the water out.
That's going to be my new favorite insult. This dude swallows grapes.
He eats grapes whole. This motherfucker eats grapes whole.
I'll let the stomach juices take care of it. What are they there for?
But your throat is only so wide.
All right, you got to work that into a program at some point.
This dude swallows grapes whole. That's all I know.
You know, there's like sword swallowers in some cultures. I'll just learn to do that with like
It's
a
just
stick.
like
Just gonna get it down. Okay, I should stop with this motion.
No, that's good. We got it already. It's too late.
We got him, everybody.
Now. Fuck.
Oh God!
Damn.
All right, move on.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll do another voicemail. Which one do you want?
Yeah, let's see here. Let's go with phone out of his pocket.
Ooh.
Good one.
Hey, Dumpers. A little tipsy. Wanted to give you guys a call, and oh my God, I forgot how to make a phone call all of a sudden. I had to really think about it. Anyway, hey, can Dan show Joe how to get his phone out of his pocket? Also, is there anything you guys do backwards? Love you. Bye.
Okay. So I need to
Thank
explain
you.
this. This came up a few episodes ago.
No, stop.
Yeah.
Just take your phone out of your
Wait,
pocket.
can I ask him how
Nope.
he does it first?
No,
Okay.
you just
All
take
right.
your phone out of your
And
pocket.
do it the way that you were doing
Do
it.
it the way that
There's
you
no
were doing
updates.
it.
Okay.
No updates.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right, audio listeners. He's put his phone in his pocket.
Now he's standing up.
Is facing
Get the
outwards.
call. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, wait, it's upside down. I fucked that up. Hang on. Let me try that again.
All right.
Wait,
Taking your phone out of your pocket.
Okay.
Here we go.
So take 2
of this
the
human
phone's
task.
in your pocket.
There's so much wrist wriggling. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Okay,
All right.
so what is your thought? Just is there anything weird about what you just saw?
It's just incredibly inefficient. It's just there's a lot of extra flourish.
How do you do
going on? I do the pull.
Well, Joe, the question was like, do you put your phone in screen towards your leg or screen out?
I do towards my leg.
Yeah, you're
As
doing
most
but you're
humans
right
do.
side up,
Yeah.
screen in.
Yeah, and then it's the pinch,
Yep.
pinch,
Lift.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, let me see if I'm doing it
That's
right. Okay, so pinch.
Pinch.
That is like right side up. That does seem a lot quicker.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah.
Huh.
It's like an efficiency thing. You know?
Okay.
Because like here, you're also like when you pull out here, you're kind of doing this flourish wrist thing,
Yeah.
and you're gonna drop it. You drop
a
your
lot.
phone twice doing it.
I've never dropped a phone. I've never broken a phone ever.
Okay.
Yeah, but I do.
Well, that's why you're so confident with it. You know what it really is that you're stunting on everybody, and nobody likes to fucking see it.
Thank you.
That's-
Thank you.
yeah.
Revolver
Yeah.
onslaught tricks here.
Yeah, and you're over here like, well, I'm Salt Bay of phone taking out and you do your thing. And
Yeah, he's like a
everybody
marine
else-
with his weapon
There
and
we
whatever,
go.
doing all the twirls. Yeah.
I feel vindicated at this point.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you. Thank you.
Yeah, because when I saw that, I was me like, that's a little extra and gross. I hate it. Like the minute I saw you take your phone out.
You weren't impressed?
Yeah, I was just like, ew.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just take it out like a normal person.
Okay. The pinch.
We hate looking at it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I will try, but it's a lot of muscle memory.
Yeah.
The second question in this is kind of, I'm still working on it. The second question in that voicemail is is there anything that you do backwards?
This is very specific, but the NSO Nintendo Switch games, right? You can organize those old like Super Nintendo games.
Yes.
I think most people organize it from the top to the bottom. For some reason in my brain, I'm like, no, the most important games go on the bottom, and then I work my way to the top.
I think that I know why you do that, because when they give you a new game, it goes to the top automatically.
I think that's what it is.
Oh,
yeah. So
yeah.
the new ones. But I also, when you guys imagine years, do you have like a mental calendar that you kind of?
This is a great question.
Yeah,
So
it's like a timeline.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. So when you
timeline.
envision a calendar, for me, it's 6 and 6. So it's January to June on one side, and then July to December on the other side of the calendar in 2 columns. If I were to envision a calendar in my mind.
For like months of the year?
Yes.
I just see it as
Is that what you were asking?
Basically. I think
I
they
see,
were like
I see
years.
it more
Like,
of
when
a
I
year by year thing. Yeah.
Yeah, like if I think back to 84, I picture like a timeline and then it goes back, like to the left.
Damn.
But the weird thing is like it's like, like 90, 91, 92, 93, but like, and it always like stacks again when you get to the next one. But when it happened to 90 to 2000s, the line just kept going for a bit, only for those 2 decades. And then it stacks up again above the 2000s for me.
Did you follow any of that?
I did.
I did. I don't.
You know what? I don't know if I should be terrified that I kind of did follow it.
Joe gets it. Joe gets it. Joe's a smart guy.
Joe's a secret Mike Minotti. That's what I think what's really happening here.
I'm going to see a guy in a goofy hat. I'm like, Joe! He's going to be like,
I'll see you at Club 33 later.
oh, boy. Here we go. First Mai Tais on me.
The only timeline I have is like 2 days from now, 2 days to the past, and everything outside of that 4-day window is a pile of time that it was back then and yet to come. That's it.
Okay, days of the week. Oh, you're looking at a calendar in your head. First day of the week. Is it Sunday? Is it Monday?
Oh, it's Monday.
That's insane.
Yeah.
So you look at a calendar and it's
'Cause
Sunday.
I mean, in practice, no, my week starts on a Monday. I can say it starts on a Sunday.
But like if you're picturing a calendar,
But
like
the way I'm acting on a Sunday, it's definitely my week has not started.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, you talk about when do I start my week? My week starts on Monday because on Sunday, nothing starts on Sunday.
but I say Sunday it's clearly the first day of the week. Based on the
absolutely.
calendar. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying your week.
Yeah, my week. You asked me what do I count my week?
All right, fair.
It
Joe
starts
time.
Monday, bro.
Okay, that's fair.
Damn. Well, I'm glad that we know how to tell time.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
We're all
That's
adults.
important. We didn't know that before. When was the last time you bought a calendar?
I have this
every year.
retro Sega calendar right behind me. It's the Dreamcast month right now. See?
Oh,
happy Dreamcast month.
Happy Dreamcast
We do
month.
dog calendars. We got dog calendars. So we got the month-to-month puppy one, and then we got the 365 like we rate dogs calendar. So
that's
fine.
I have a bunch of calendars hanging up my office that have just been there for years, and I haven't taken them down yet. So I really got to get going on that.
What year is it,
I think the
Joe?
oldest one is like in 2009. Is like in a back
Whoa.
corner somewhere.
Yeah, you've got some stuff that you're obligated to stop. If you think it's 2009 still.
It's just it's that back corner we never use. I'm like,
An old Budweiser Frogs calendar
Yeah.
like 1992. Yeah.
It's my Kathy Ireland.
Hell yeah. Now we're talking.
Oh, you just popped 2 40-year-old guys. Yeah.
I have to Google Kathy Ireland. Kathy Ireland.
No.
I don't. All I have to do is type the letter K, and she just comes right up for some reason.
Boy, I was,
Is that the girl who likes ice cream?
I bet
She was she was in Necessary Roughness. She was the kicker. She kicks the guy in the balls.
Not the Sunday Funnies, Kathy. This is a different Kathy.
No, that's a different
No, she is
Kathy.
not the act Kathy.
She never had a case of the Mondays. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she is like the platonic reverse of the act Kathy.
Yeah, she was never used to sell low-fat yogurt. If you know what I mean.
God.
Did you Google Kathy Ireland?
Yeah, I did. It's a person.
She was super hot in the 90s. You got back in the 90s.
Do I have to type
that was
in
the hottest woman I
1990?
could imagine.
I mean, she's probably still
I'm going to let this person judge their appearance.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course she is. Yeah, she's a beautiful person.
Yeah. I was
Must
watching
have
an
sucked
old
to be
wrestling
alive
show
back
the other
then.
day that had Cindy Margolis on it, and that brought me back to a certain age of the internet.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the time.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Who are these people? You're making all of these people up.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah.
Cindy Margolis
He's
was
like,
on Prices Right?
Oh, shit. A Barker babe.
Ooh.
I'll buy that.
She was
for
on
$1.
during the show's 22nd season and then was a temporary fill-in during its 24th season. And I learned that on pricesright.fandom.com.
That's kind of
Make your way
rare. To not be a full-time Barker babe, to be like a Barker babe, like
part-time.
Like, I'm not here forever.
There's a lot of pictures of this woman holding popcorn boxes.
That's fun.
Like Pop Secrets.
She was really known for
Jolly
popcorn
time. Well, is it Grub? Is it your turn for voiced mail?
No, I think I just picked one, right?
So is
Dan's
it
turn?
It's Dan's turn, Nick.
My turn?
Yeah,
Let's
do Dan.
go
We'll do Dan.
with how about all caps sorry. Oh,
What's up, dumpers? It's time for social anxiety. Pick your poison. You have to pick one of these two quirks and abide by it for the rest of your life and never explain it. Either every time you apologize to someone for any reason at any time, you have to say it sarcastically. Sorry. Or every time you say goodbye to someone, anyone, for any reason, you have to say with the utmost sincerity, bye. I love you.
Ooh.
What you picking and why? Thanks. Love you. Hi, Samoa Joe.
Thank you, caller. It's the second one easy.
Easy.
Yeah, because you could make that a thing, right? That's just the thing he does when he says goodbye.
Yeah.
Like
No,
I could live with that.
Sure, with people you know, but like, let's say you're getting off a plane.
Let's say it's us, right?
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
were at
no,
the
for
bus
sure.
stop. I say, hey, how you doing? How you doing? You're like, oh, you're out of
Yeah,
here?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to get out of here. I love you.
Yeah,
That's all right.
Yes. But I need to say sorry when I'm sorry, and I need to mean it. Like, that would be rough.
It is the gulf between an inauthentic apology and the ways that goes over, and an I love you that a person has to be like, they don't mean that. They're just saying it. It's a compulsion. That gulf is so big that I think you have to pick the second one. Because if you try to if you do something really bad and then you apologize and it's a shitty apology every time.
But you have to say goodbye way more than you say sorry. And so I'm thinking about just the things like, let's say I'm deplaning and the flight attendant is like, oh, goodbye. And then I was like, goodbye, I love you. Like, that's weird. Versus like saying sorry is typically to people close to you and stuff. And I can explain like to my wife that like, sorry, the genie says I have to be sarcastic and I can explain, you know?
I don't think you're allowed to explain it.
I don't think you're allowed to explain it.
No, you can't.
Well,
I'm from the Midwest.
And technically, I kind of already lived my life by the first one anyways, if you ask anybody that lives with me. So I don't know if anything's going to be that much different.
Yeah. Joe, you can get away with that more than some of us. You know? I'm from the Midwest and I have Catholic guilt. I'm saying sorry a lot. It's going to be a big problem.
Yeah, I'll say I love you to whoever. Listen, I kind of do love the flight attendant because I didn't die on the plane.
Yeah,
you know?
But that just sounds creepy. Or let's like anytime you're leaving a room, you know, like an usher at the theater is like, oh, bye.
Usher?
You know,
is it the theater? I will say I love you to Usher.
Okay.
I think I'll say it the way like that is in line with what the genie wants, but I'll mean it in the way that I mean it, which is like, goodbye. I love you, and what I'm saying there is I love you for the work you're doing and the fact that you like took care of me in the situation. I do mean that. It means a lot to me.
Okay, I agree that I would rather have to do the I love you thing. I'm not buying Grub's whole I'm gonna make it work.
I know. It's not gonna work most of the time, but I would like the alternative is way worse to me. So I'm gonna try my best to make it work.
Yeah.
Like, how do you make it work? Do you like do the I love you and then try to bro it up afterwards? Like, I love you. You motherfucker.
I definitely would try to add like brother to the end. I love you, brother. Yeah. I would. A little salt on top to make it go down a little easier.
Oh, God darn it.
That's good. That's good. I think people just need it. I think it's nice. I just think it's nice. Also, caller, it sounded like movie phone.
Oh, the voice? Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Welcome to Movie Phone.
Yeah, good voice on you, caller.
Why don't you just... young to know Movie Phone.
I called. No. Here, I have two sad telephone stories. My first one is that sometimes when I was bored and alone, I would call Movie Phone because it was a different voice to listen to. The second one is that when I was a child, So it was in the 6th grade.
Yeah.
One of my
Can I
favorite things to
Amazon
do.
you a hug?
I didn't know it was going to be the saddest thing I ever heard.
Holy crap. The second thing is that I used to call 411 for fun because A, it was a different person to talk to, and B, because I thought that they somehow had more information than the internet would. So I have a very vivid memory of being on the phone with this 411 operator, I swear to God, getting for like a half an hour, trying to figure out what the biggest McDonald's in the country was, because I wanted to talk to the workers at the McDonald's and ask them what it was like to work at the biggest McDonald's in the country. And this woman was so nice to me. She was like, I guess we'll look it up. And I guess we were like, I didn't even remember what we did. Eventually I ended up like calling this McDonald's and they didn't pick up because it's a fucking McDonald's and they don't answer the phone.
Yeah, the idea of calling the McDonald's is unhinged.
Yeah.
Do they even have a phone that rings inside there?
I
would
worked at
listen.
McDonald's. Yeah, I've
There's
had to
a real
answer the
phone?
McDonald's phone before.
I'm
Yeah.
so
That's
sad
insane.
I didn't get to hear the interview. It would have been like the Chris Farley show.
Yeah.
So is it cool? Nice.
You remember that time
Are the
you guys
fries
released
bigger?
the Big Mac? Yeah, it was awesome.
My sad phone story is when I was a budding young man, puberty, horny young fella. You'd say you're following. You're following. Yes, okay. I would be too afraid to do this at home, so I would ride my bike to the pool, and they had a pay phone out front.
Yeah.
And I would dial it, and you could call 900 numbers, and you had to enter a credit card number before it actually charged you. So there would be like a little thing that would like a voice that would play first, and I would call 1-900, and I would just guess 7 digits, like 1-900
Hot legs.
Yeah, hot legs or wet sex with 2 X's or hot sex with 2 X's, and I would just listen to the sultry voice be like, "Ooh, you've called wet sex 900 wet enter your credit card," like just to hear the like lady voice.
That's good.
Like, horny, and then I'd remember and go home.
That's
I don't
great.
feel comfortable being in this room.
My sad phone story is I was trying to see pornography on the internet on a 56K modem, and I found a website that seemed to have the stuff that I was searching for, and but they were like, well, really, to get this, you got to enter this number into your modem and call directly. So I did that, and I'm like, well, that worked, and this is, the most I've ever seen. This is fantastic. Yeah. And then the bill came for it was dialing a internet 900 number, and it was like $300. And I remember I remember my dad being like, my mom was like, Mike, what was like? What kind of porn was it? And he's like, it was naked cartoons, honey. And he goes, he's a red-blooded American. That's going to be burned in my head for the rest of my life.
Really
I'll probably not go a day without thinking about red-blooded American because of that.
Naked cartoons.
They're like on different floors. Like they were like we were upstairs. My dad was like going through the computer, seeing what I was doing, and she was downstairs just disappointed. Yeah.
Oh no!
Jesus Christ.
Well, that was good. Thanks, caller. Give me Sean on the sticks. Thank you, Sean. Sean, can you give me Joe Pesci, please, for 200?
Hi, this is Mike from Ohio. I was wondering, who is your favorite Joe? Aside from Samoa Joe, of course. I like Joe Pesci. I think he's funny in those Home Alone movies. Thank you.
Boy, that Mike from Ohio sounded very familiar.
It sounds real familiar.
Mike, when you want to like do your voice so it's obvious that it's you, do you do something specific? Because that sounded more like you than you have on this entire show.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I turned on the old Mike Benai charm. Now, in my defense, when I sent that, it's when I thought I wasn't going to be on the show. I'm not that much of a mark for myself. But yeah, I think my
Favorite
answer
Joes?
is Joe Pesci.
Okay,
Best Joe?
What?
You think he's the best Joe?
Well, what's yours, Dan?
Besides from Samoa.
My grandfather, Joe Reichert.
Oh my God.
The grocery is that the grocery store
guy?
one?
Yeah.
They're all grocery store guys, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, every Reichert's a grocery store guy, yes.
I like Joe Latrugio.
Okay, who's that?
That's all right. It's fine. He's in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. He's
Oh!
Jake Peralta's friend.
Yeah, he's funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's good.
I like Joey Pantalones, Joey
yeah.
Pants.
Oh wait,
That's
I didn't know Joey's counted. Fuck Joe Latruglio. Give me Joey Chestnut.
okay. Yeah, Joey's count.
Well, no, wait a second. I don't think Joey's do count.
But
Oh,
he's
okay.
also Joe Pantalone. Like,
do people call him Joe Pantalone? Do people ever say, "Yo, Joe Chestnut"?
okay, I don't know. All
I
right,
think, okay, let's ask the Joe. Let's ask the Joe.
Okay.
Samoa Joe, do Joeys count as Joes?
As the official representative of the National Joe Association, Joey and Joel are both acceptable.
Did you ever go by either of those?
Yeah. Or JoJo.
Oh,
You get
okay.
the double Joe.
Oh,
What, the
then I
Bizarre
want
Adventure.
JoJo the singer.
Okay.
And
there we go.
JoJo the anime character. There we go.
Oh.
Well, we did it. That was easy.
No, well, now my favorite is Joel from Mystery Science Theater 3000.
See, and everybody's happier. Do you see what happened with that little
Yeah,
change in the
you're
rules
right.
there?
Mhm.
Everybody's so much more happier with their choices.
Don't be
I
such a
can tell.
gatekeeper, Mike Minotti.
Yeah.
Right.
Guys, I learned a lot today. I've grown a lot as a person.
Joey Fatone.
Oh yeah.
No.
I'm looking. I'm on an IMDb list of famous Joes. One of these guys I went to high school with. The guy I went to high school with is ranked higher than Joey Fatone, which is crazy because he's not as famous.
I did write into Google ranking of Joes, and that didn't do much, actually.
We should do a Mount
People have not
Rushmore
done
of
this a lot
Joes.
before.
Yeah.
Another great one, Joe Piscopo and Johnny Dangerously, another film from back in the day. Yeah, Michael Keaton.
Yeah,
great
I've seen
fit.
that. Yeah,
Great comedy flick.
Yeah.
Yeah, like my favorite Joe Piscopo movie is Dead Heat, that one where they die and become undead cops or whatever. That's a pretty good one.
Nikki, have you heard of Joe Piscopo? There's no way. There's no way.
Yeah,
There's no way. He's the guy that just disappeared at a certain point. And you have to be like 40-ish.
Yeah, well, once the 90s hit, you gotta, I don't know what happened to him.
We have a few years on SNL there.
Joe Piscopo 1 month ago was on Bill O'Reilly's YouTube show.
Okay, very
Didn't he
cool.
have like a Fox News radio show? I think he did, yeah.
Wow.
So that's what
I had a
Mr.
girlfriend-
Piscopo is up to.
I had a girlfriend's mom who said I had the same hairline as Joe Piscopo. That's
Damn.
what I always think about.
And you broke immediately, right?
Yeah, I was like, I'm out of here.
Did any of you like Bazooka Joe, the bubble gum?
Oh, the
product?
gum?
Comics.
Yeah.
The
I
comic.
like getting the comics.
Yeah,
Was that the one that came in the bucket?
Yeah, it did. And hey, what a happy-go-lucky guy for having one eyeball. You know what I'm saying? Like, well,
Did he
Bazooka.
Did he lose it like in the
I
war?
don't. Yeah, somehow, some way.
He was a child.
He was a child with an iPad. That's all I know.
Kid war.
Named after heavy artillery. Something was going on.
He blew too big of a bubble and it popped right in his eye.
Got him.
Yeah.
How much? Oh, I clicked on the big buy now button on bazookajoe.com. And now I'm
you want to
looking
buy
at
like
it.
the big
You
bucket?
just
Because like
got a bucket of Bazooka Joe, buddy.
It's only
now you have to-
$18.
You
It's
can get
225 gums.
Yeah.
All right, I'll buy it right now.
You got a bunch of
Concessions.
comics that are going to go nowhere. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Yeah.
you have to go to a little league baseball game now and sell.
It's the
all of
only,
them.
it's the only way. Joe, you want to hit us with the next voicemail?
Sure.
Give me that there.
Let's go with Dubai.
The people in Dubai don't like the Flintstones, but the people in Abu Dhabi do.
Oh, boy.
What the hell?
Oh, man.
I was wondering where that was going.
Yeah. Got us. Got
Joe,
us.
remember when all of that, like, oh, men only but think about the Roman Empire once a week thing? I somehow turned it into I think about the Flintstones at least twice a week. How often do you think about the Flintstones?
Only in my most introspective days. Drum up the old images of Bedrock and all the fine folks and the way they survived.
When you have some Joe time on a Sunday, maybe. Like, you just lay back and
on
think
a
about the
Sunday, Definitely
Flintstones.
some Flintstones thoughts going on in my head, let me tell you.
I'm trying to figure out. Oh,
go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out. Did Fruity Pebbles was always Flintstones?
I think it was always Flintstones because it's pebbles, right?
Yeah.
It's stones.
Yeah.
Well, it's supposed to be named after the daughter, right? Like
The daughter.
Right, her name is Pebbles.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, but
did
they're both named after stones, though.
Wait, that's nuts though. So the people at Post said we have this fruit cereal. We have to call Hanna-Barbera?
I don't know if it works that way. I think it probably works like the cartoon and like someone from the cartoon company and someone from the cereal company have lunch together. Like, we should do something. all right, let's come up with something like, all right, we'll get the scientists back in the, the cereal vats working on something. Here's a bunch of options. What do you want to do? And then they present it.
Now,
or
do you
something
think
like that.
they were like, we have two options here? We've got this one that's chocolate flavored and this other one that's fruity flavored. What are we gonna do? And there was
someone says, why not both? Yeah.
It's all
Okay,
like, guys, please.
A two-pronged attack on the taste buds of our nation's children. We got them now.
If we rank the importance of Flintstones, things in the Flintstones oeuvre.
Well, vitamins is one.
Yeah, the vitamins.
So that's what I was going to say. The program is 3 at the highest, right?
Yeah.
Well, there was a
because
movie.
it's. Oh, so maybe it's lower. So because
it's more important than
it's
the
vitamins.
John Goodman movie.
Vitamins
there were
one.
the wrestling movies. There were the John Goodman movies.
Yes.
So there's like
There was the Christmas Carol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wrestling
the,
is
the Christmas cereal commercial.
Yes.
I'm hungry.
So it's
back
like
in the world,
9
yeah.
on the list is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
I've turned on my fucking reactions.
I do think about the vitamins pretty frequently. A big part of that is like the guy that was in charge of marketing for that was eventually the guy that was in charge of Sega of America. So I'm like, I just think about that once a week. So I'm right there with you, Mike.
Yeah.
But
I think that
mostly
Flintstones vitamins probably helped like nutritionally in at least a non-significant way, right? Or a significant.
It's like it's still the best-selling vitamin of all time. Yes.
The best-selling vitamin of all time. That is an insane sentence.
Oh,
Can I still get those?
That's America.
Not,
yeah, I
not
think they still sell
vitamin
them.
D, not vitamin C, vitamin
Flintstone. Yeah.
Vitamin Fred. Yeah.
The two, they're, oh my God.
What's wrong, Nikki? The Flintstones seem to be flustering you.
I'm just, there's a I'm looking at a Flintstones vitamin bottle that says gummies, Flintstones, picky kids plus iron.
What?
It's not even a stone.
As a parent, every single one of those things made sense to me. Yeah.
You were like, oh, I guess it's just fucking picky kids and iron. What does that mean?
Right there in the
Kids
back.
need iron. They don't get a lot of iron, and then the picky kids won't eat certain vitamins. So yeah, all that made sense to me.
I like Dimetap
What is it?
when I was a kid. You ever heard of Dimetap?
Oh,
The grape?
that was the grape one.
Yeah.
That was the.
That's the one that tasted good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They still make
I was
that?
so excited to get that
They
instead
do.
of like a Robitussin or something.
Yeah.
I think I've given my kids Dimetap before. Yes.
Okay.
I'm looking at the website
Yeah.
right now.
I should get.
Dimetap.
Do you have any of that catering over here?
Yeah, just chug that out there tonight when you're at the bar. It's just
Hell
the whole
yeah,
thing of
all right.
Dimetap.
Yeah, that's good. Just children's Dimetap.
In the episode of The Simpsons Flaming Moe's, I do assume that whatever that cough syrup was supposed to be was basically supposed to be Dimetap because it was purple, right?
Yeah.
And Dimetap would be good in a drink. It'd be fantastic.
You could take. Nothing is stopping you, I guess, from giving. Whenever you're saying my back hurts, I need a Tylenol. Nothing is stopping you from just drinking an entire bottle of children's Dimetap.
It's
it'll
all the
give
same
you this.
medicine.
It's the same medicine. It'll dose you the same, and then you get to experience the flavor of drinking a whole bottle of Dimetap.
I get a little excited when my stomach hurts because that means I get to eat some Tums and I get the chewy ones that are like candy. So it's like a bonus. It's
Ooh,
like,
I have a bellyache.
I got diarrhea, but good news, I get to eat 2 of these red things. Yeah.
I kind of have a problem with that now because I'm taking these Z-Quil gummies and it's just supposed to be melatonin mostly.
Yes.
It's like, chamomile also or whatever. But they taste really good. And you can only take 2 of them because then it's too much melatonin. But I take 2 and I desperately want more.
Yes.
They have
I know that.
They're like the best gummies I've ever eaten. They have
Y'all
a great
know they have
texture.
gummy candy, right?
No,
Yeah,
I have I have a bag of
know the
Shaq gummy.
oranges,
I haven't.
right?
Yeah, they
It's not, yeah, but come on, the forbidden fruit of like having more than one vitamin that tastes like fruit. Come on.
I think the melatonin has a flavor. I think it's contributing.
My kids' vitamins, every night I have to stop myself from eating them. Every night I have to I cannot eat my children's gummy vitamins. They look.
When y'all find out
They're
about
delicious.
the candy aisle, it's gonna be fucking huge for you.
But that's not medicine. This is medicine. That's candy.
Yeah.
That's bad for you.
Right. This is candy. What make me live longer? Come on.
Live long candy. Dan, hit us with
Yes.
a voicemail, please.
Oh, I got one near and dear to my heart. Let's go with YoshiGames.mp3.
Oh no.
Hi, this is Chris from Kansas. This message is for Joe. Yes, Joe, in a 2018 GiantBomb.com interview, you dismissively said that you don't play Yoshi games. What's the problem with Yoshi, Joe?
I'd be more than happy to answer that. Yoshi is a side thought. It's a ridiculously thought out character that was just panned into the game because, Super Mario Brothers 2 was something to be completely different than what it was. Yoshi never belonged in the canon, and I don't respect him.
Wow. You didn't.
Gross.
When you played Super Mario World in the early 90s, you had a Super Nintendo, I take it.
Yeah.
You weren't filled with joy and wonder when he hatched out of that egg and you got to ride him?
No. What do I need a dinosaur for? This was obviously just marketing geared towards the dude, Jurassic Park. Everything was.
It was before Jurassic Park. No, this is like 91.
No,
Jurassic Park was like 93.
Dinosaurs were big back then.
Yeah, the book was out.
Dinosaurs are cool.
Yeah, we read back then, you heathen. Gosh, so anyway. The book clubs were just on fire back in the day, right? Everybody's like, "Have you read Jurassic Park?" My God, dinosaurs are so crazy. And
shout out to my Crichton heads. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. No, you know what? The Yoshi games never appealed to me.
Not even Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island.
No. See, that's a Mario game.
Mario World 2?
What 2? Yoshi's Island. No, I didn't like it at all. I was like, just the aesthetic didn't like me.
Oh, the storybook stuff and everything?
Hey, listen, I've liked a lot of Mario games. That was not one of them.
What's your favorite?
Ooh, actually, Super Mario RPG.
Oh!
Hey, it's a great one.
Yoshi's
What's up, boys?
Island.
Gino and
Yoshi's
Mallow.
Yeah, but it's a Mario game.
He's offset by Boshi, which is way cooler. Boshi's great.
Boshi's great.
But when I really go back and I think about the Mario games that I played through, I played through a lot of them. They're fun, but I remember that one in particular. I was like, wow, they really nailed the mechanic. It was crazy that they got the RPG so right with that.
Yeah, did you go on to the Paper Mario RPGs and stuff like that?
Yeah, they're pretty cool. Yeah,
they're all fun.
Yeah.
It's like the only RPGs I really like playing. It's actually that and Yakuza, basically.
Mm-hmm. I don't mind Yoshi. I like Yoshi as a character, but I don't get people whose favorite Mario Kart character is Yoshi. I never. Yeah,
Here's my go-to.
So
my first AIM name was Yoshi Boy. Actually, I liked Yoshi quite a lot. Yeah, Yoshi Boy 888. Don't talk to me. I don't know.
Yoshi Boy.
I was a little bit younger though. I like Yoshi a lot.
He wasn't ready to be a Yoshi man.
Yeah, still waiting.
It's a fun show where I get to hear Samoa Joe make fun of Mike Minotti. We can do this more often.
All your dreams are coming true.
Yeah, this is great.
To show you how bad my memory is, I listened to that voicemail and it mentioned they're from Kansas. It's like, oh, I'm from Kansas. And then I realized it was fucking me that left that voicemail.
It was you.
I heard the whole thing, and we were a bit into answering it. And I was like, oh, wait, that was me.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
It was you the whole time.
Incredible, Dan.
The last two voicemails have been people on this show.
By the way, Dan picked his own voicemail. I just want to know that.
Yes! I didn't do it on purpose.
Unbelievable. What are the
Let's try this little ditty.
Look,
near and dear to my heart.
I was just happy you didn't pick the one about my penis, so it's okay.
Wow, which one is it?
Now, which one could that be?
I've been looking for it.
What do you think it is?
Well,
which one would be about a penis?
Hey, it's probably too small to find. Am I right?
Thanks.
Let's see here. Is it Oops All Jeffs? No, that couldn't be it.
I bet it's your thoughts, right?
Have a good day.
It's got to be your thoughts. Can we?
Hey, Sean, just click the one. If you know what it is, just click it.
Yeah, click the
No,
penis
don't do
one,
that.
please.
He might not know.
Jan screened the voicemails. I do not know which one's about Mike's penis.
Thank you, Sean.
Is it sorry in all caps?
A distinct possibility.
No, sorry, no,
we did that.
We already answered.
Oh, we already
Let's
did that.
hit us with your thoughts, and I'm gonna text Jan.
Okay.
I bet it's this.
Okay, everybody who isn't Samoa Joe, cover your ears. This is not for you, so stop listening.
Okay,
Joe, they told us not to tell you about this, but someone in the dump truck shaves his junk with a razor, and the other people are appalled by it. Your thoughts?
What a risky game. What a risky game we're playing there. Yeah, you guys may not know what he said. But
No, we don't.
No,
yeah,
I have no idea.
He said, somebody in this very podcast shaves their balls with a razor.
Yeah, who
It's
could
like a murder mystery dinner.
Now,
Like, let's see if we
now, there's a lot to unpack here.
Sure.
There's a lot of reasoning we got to go through here. First
Yeah,
off,
a lot of things to pull out of the sack
now,
for sure.
a razor, just seems like an unnecessary amount of danger for very diminishing returns. I mean, is the shortness that vital that it has to be a razor short? I mean, you can't. There's a buzzer. Clippers can handle that. Like, he needs the comfort of a blade against fresh skin.
Comfort.
So very near to such veins and arteries. And
I've been waiting long time.
Yeah.
To be on Mike Minotti's side, allegedly. We don't.
All right.
Sorry, we don't know.
We
don't know. I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
We don't know who on the podcast does this.
Yeah. Whoever this is.
Whoever it is. I just want to come to their defense. It gives you a closeness that you do not get with any other buzz. Any buzz razor is not going to get you there. So if your desires are to have no hair, then your option is razor. You're also not going to slice your whole dick and balls off with a Mach 3. It's just not going to happen.
So
you need the Mach
thing
5
with
for that.
That is, if there is a slight breakage of the skin around that area, I'm freaking out.
Yeah.
Okay? You know what I mean? Like,
That's fair.
I mean, let's be real. I mean, you may not rip it off, but you can drag the infield and have a lot of fucking speed bumps along the way. You know what I mean?
That's never happened though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I venture to guess there might be 3 people on this podcast who shave their balls with a razor, actually. And you know what? You pull it taut, you're fine. It's gonna be okay.
You just fold it, pull.
There are guards on a clipper. It gets it short enough, and you can still nick yourself with those. And I'm with Joe.
I've actually been nicked more by the clippers. That hurt more when the little bit of skin got in that, as opposed to the razor, which I could be more deliberate with.
Here's an embarrassing story.
Allegedly.
Here's an embarrassing story. The first time I got the clippers, because we got a Manscaped sponsorship, and at that point I only ever used the razor, so I got the clippers, and I'm like, well, what's this guard here for? I'm not going to be able to get down close enough with the guard. I guess I take it off. So I went down on the sensitive area there without
You went down on the sensitive area, yeah.
And that hurt really bad.
You put just the bare metal on your junk?
That hurt really badly.
It hurts bad, yeah.
Yeah, so that was wrong.
Yeah.
Just use fucking Nair, gang. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Nair,
Just
but
use
what
Nair.
happens if Nair, like, that seems, I don't really know what that is.
It'll give you the worst chemical burn you've ever had in your whole life.
Yeah. Here's my worry is I imagine it's bad if that gets in the hole.
Oh,
I didn't think about the Nair in the hole.
Oh, it's unpleasant.
What's it gonna do? Sterilize you?
It'd be like
anyway.
No, it's just a chemical burn. That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all. That's the way it works. No, you don't. You're right.
I've had icy hot down there, and that was bad enough.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
I've played that prank before. It's very. The old icy hot jock strap. It is.
Oh God.
You better find somebody really committed to get it to where it needs to be. Let me tell you that much.
I have a question for Joe, because I think wrestlers have to deal with maybe body hair a lot, and I'm a body hairy guy. I kind of got the Georgie Animal Steel thing. I got it all over my body, my shoulders. Like, what is the most efficient way to just like get rid of all of it? I imagine taking a whole bath in there, and I don't think that's practical or safe.
Oh, dude, you got to get the wax, dude. If you're gonna do the shoulders and the back and stuff, yeah.
Is that like a semi-permanent thing, or is that last?
It just lasts a lot longer than
long lasting. Yes.
Yeah. And it's
Where
rough.
do you even go to do
I've
that?
met a few Sasquatches in my career, and it's it's a tough go.
Who's the worst?
Matt Bloom was up there.
Oh my God! Like early 2000s, Matt Bloom was crazy.
No shame in his game. Bro.
Yeah.
He's a furry.
It's like part of his gimmick at that point. Yeah.
Is Brazilian just for down there?
Yes. Can you
they
describe to me what parts of the down there you think the Brazilian applies to?
I think it's the parts that would, like if you're wearing a thin, kind of thongish bikini in your swimsuit area, anything that might stick out around the material is where the Brazilian wax job is focused. That is
Even
my
the
opinion.
butthole?
Yes, even the butthole.
I do think the butthole is a part of it,
Even
yes.
the butthole.
Wait,
pry that bad boy open.
Brazilian for balls? Or is it just? I don't really know what goes into this.
The balls are going to get tucked in there anyways. It doesn't really matter how hairy they are. So aren't you so glad you're on this show?
This is the stuff that like I really feel is gonna really help me like really reach a new audience. So I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Joe.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Really branching out here. The hot
I've never
ball scene
had-
is all the rage now that I'm on this podcast.
I don't. The idea of putting hot wax on the testicles sack is bad to me.
Yeah, I don't think they do that.
I don't think they do that. But everywhere else, yeah, for sure.
Now
So-
a bat
It
with a
sounds
bunch of
bad,
nails
this
in
guy's
it.
over here
that can-
shaving a prune. So you tell me what's the deal. You know what I mean? Like,
It's swallowing grapes.
well, yeah. What kind of? Yeah, it's swallowing grapes.
Swallowing
shaving
grapes.
prunes. Something weird going on here.
No, everything's fine. I have maybe had one nick in many, many, many moons of razoring the prunes.
Well, congratulations
that
on your
rhymed.
expertise. It's not a game I wish to play.
Okay,
give
Mike,
you some
you
tips
can
if you want.
you can go to the European Wax Center, which is a chain, and they'll do your arm for that's $100 for each for
so
both arms, and then $76 for your full legs, and then your full back is $61. So it's going to be like $300, but they'll
Now,
get
here's
it all.
The problem. Here's the problem, Nikki. Because look, I didn't want to get into this, but the butt pretty hairy too, and I'm not going to have everything waxed but my ass. Like, right?
It just looks like you're wearing a fur
They'll
bikini.
get in there. If you want them to get in there, they'll get in there.
They will get in.
they will do it.
I don't know if I. That's the thing is I desperately want to be able to do it myself. I don't want help, and it
Mike,
doesn't
it
seem
would
like
be-
it's an option.
It would be so painful.
Yeah.
So painful.
There's nothing better than a stranger that can't speak English sitting there ripping clumps of hair out of your body. You're gonna love it.
If anything, it's
That's
therapeutic
capitalism.
for them.
Portuguese telling you to calm down.
Yeah,
and stay safe.
exactly. That's reparations, is what you're doing. You're providing them a service.
Dan, extra life incentive next year. I get a full body wax.
All right.
Yeah.
You're gonna wax your asshole for charity donation.
We just have a lady on standby
Guys,
sitting
the
in a
super
chair
chats are gonna
silent.
be crazy tonight.
Yeah. See, you all thought I didn't like the kids, but if we raise $5,000, I'll get my asshole
We'll take
waxed.
different. I'll put a GoPro in your pants, and we'll have the like asshole cam the whole time.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, that's allowed on Twitch, I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's allowed. Fuck, gang. How much time do we have? What time is it? We're at an hour. Sean,
how we doing?
should we do like two more?
Two more or so sounds good. Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. Grub, you want to hit us with one? And we'll give Joe the last one.
Let's do oops all Jeffs.
Hello, it is Jeff from Quebec. It's a special Royal Rumble. Oops, all Jeff. 30 Jeff. Who do you invite? Who's gonna win? Jeff Hardy, Jeff Jarrett, Jeff Bacalar, Jeff Grubb. You pick. Bye.
Thank you.
This is like the Joe
Monsieur.
conversation. Like, who's the best Jeff?
Who's the best?
Who's the Jeff that you would want to see in a battle royale?
You,
Jeff Probst.
Oh,
Jeff Probst, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. Gordon, the NASCAR driver.
Sure. Is he dead?
Jeff Gordon? No.
Yeah.
No, that
He's
was Dale
alright.
Earnhardt.
He's fine. Dale Earnhardt
Okay.
beefed it. Yeah.
Yeah, there hasn't been a president named Jeff, has there?
A president?
no.
named Jeff?
I think there is. What wasn't there?
No.
Am I thinking of Thomas Jefferson?
That might,
Yeah.
He doesn't
Is that what I'm doing?
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Let's get him involved anyway. He's a tall guy.
Yeah, we count him amongst our ranks.
yeah.
I was actually
Goldblum.
thinking. I was thinking of Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederate States of America.
Oh,
No,
That's the
Actually, let's
American
watch
that
him
Jeff
beat the
Grubb
shit beat
likes.
out of him. Yeah.
Goldblum
Jeff
for sure.
Foxworthy?
Yeah. I'd watch Jeff Hardy versus Jeff Foxworthy.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Maybe a little Jeffrey Dahmer. A little
Dahmer?
spicy.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good shout.
I mean,
Isn't that the guy who ate people?
Yeah, you got me.
There's no DQ in a Rumble. That's totally fine.
Does Jeff Keighley with the G count?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Jeffrey
It's a
the
Jeff.
giraffe from Toys R Us.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, I like that. I like that. He's very tall also. He'd be
I
hard
think
to
it,
knock
but I
out.
think it would be. No, it wouldn't. Those knees are not
Center of gravity,
thick.
yeah. He would tumble over, he'd fall backwards, yeah.
Bezos.
Bezos for sure.
Oh, good. He's jacked now. Do you want current Bezos or do you want like 90s Bezos though?
I want current Bezos is jacked. It should be like like a wrestling game where you pick the current like 1995 Bezos.
Like DLC Bezos. Yeah.
Jeffrey Dean Morgan, Jeff Bridges, and Jeff Daniels.
Oh, Jeff Bridges, Jeff Daniels.
Jeff Bridges would be great. Yeah.
I definitely like Bridges the most. Jeff Garland's a big son of a bitch, right? He'll come down at number 30, and they'll be like, everyone's going to have to team up to get this guy out. They're going to act like he has a really good shot of winning, even though he doesn't.
I think Goldblum has the most eliminations.
Yeah. He had a really hot run in 2000.
Yeah.
Wow. I like this. That's enough Jeffs. We don't have to get 30 of them.
No, that's enough. I think we've cashed this one.
We could all be nice and pretend that Grub wins it.
Sure, thank
congrats.
You. Yeah.
Might be a coward and hiding under the ring, but still. Yeah,
it still counts.
Yes.
Yeah, the old Lawler trick.
Mr. Joe, would you like to take us out by picking the final voicemail on this special episode of the Voicemail Dump Truck?
Oh, I'd be so honored. And I think the best way to do it is go with Gosh.
Oh, we did that one.
Oh, we did that one.
There's one up there that we haven't done.
Which one is that one?
Up top. And then,
that one?
Haven't done filled with veggies. Haven't done Bizarro Samoa Joe.
Oh, Bizarro Samoa Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hey, Dumpers. Mike from Loveland again, calling in with a question for Samoa Joe. What is the Bizarro Samoa Joe? Where is he from? What does he do for a living? I'm talking Samoa Joe Waluigi. For some reason, my head is stuck on like Poland something. I don't know. You'll be better at it.
Yeah.
Poland, Ohio. His name's Mike Minotti.
He's actually right.
He's writing from Ohio.
It's Polish Steve. He's a well-adjusted man who solves most of his problems through logic and good communication. Is prone to no violent outbursts or fits. Normally, just likes to like hug people and see the best in all situations. He's broke as fuck. It's sad. He's such a loser. It's incredible.
He ain't got a pool at all, let alone one covered by glass.
There's this guy's pool, no screen, bro.
Holy
so
shit.
many bugs everywhere, bro.
Just
fucking
style out the wazoo.
It's gross, dude. You need a golf cart to get there.
Polish Steve sounds like a jabroni.
Yeah, Polish Steve. Dickhead guy, just between us all. This guy's a fucking loser. Oh man, don't be like him, kids. All right,
I'm glad Polish Steve is dead.
Wow,
man.
That was perfect.
What a great episode of the Voicemail Dump Truck. We all just did.
I was like thinking, I'm so excited for some of my friends to see me on a show with Samoa Joe. I kind of forgot about the part where I was talking a lot about how I shave my balls. But, they all had to learn eventually.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Well, now they know what to get you for Christmas.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah.
And we have this together now. This is
that's right.
This is us.
Tolko
is
Joe.
nothing.
Yeah.
Tolko Joe. It all started right here.
Joe, thank you so much for taking time out of your unbelievably busy schedule where you appear on television and do feats of athleticism heretofore unseen. We appreciate you for taking the time out. Thank you.
I appreciate you all, and it's always good to see you, Dan.
Oh, thank you.
You're more than welcome to track me down at my job and come in here and flow my day to do this anytime you want.
Been doing it for
Just
years.
register
Why
with
stop
security.
now? Yeah.
Hey, thanks, fellas. I appreciate you all.
Hey, yeah,
This is
great. Hey, Joe,
you.
goodbye.
Thank you.
I love you.
Oh man, sorry.
Me here at last on the ground. You in?
The machine is on.